रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क की बना कब तक लालू को भी ले जा। दीपक एक सेकंड निकाल के इसको घुमा दूँ क्या? इसमें घंटा लगा दिया यार। ठीक है। अरे ऊपर से स्क्रीन चेक कर, वही बोल रहा हूँ।
heartfelt welcome on behalf of Department of Architecture to our esteemed guests. Today, we are gathered here for an enlightening seminar on structural steel for architectural innovations. And I extend my warmest greetings to our keynote speakers, Architect Charanjit Shah, Architect Dr. Amog, Architect Nitin Kilawala, Architect Habib Khan, Architect Dorothy Chaucia, whose expertise promises to enlighten and inspire us throughout the seminar. I am delighted to welcome Mr. Pradeep Kumar Mishra, the Director General of our Collaborative Institute in STAG, Architect Akshay Selukar, Chairman of IIA, Bhopal Center, our institute partner, to grace us with their presence. I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to our respected director, dedicated faculty members, and our students who form the essence of our academic community. As we embark on this seminar journey, I am confident that the insights shared by our distinguished guests will ignite thoughtful discussions and pave the way for a day filled with enriching experiences. Once again, a warm welcome to each one of you, and let us collectively immerse ourselves in the exploration of architectural brilliance in the company of these esteemed professionals. Shubham karoti kalyanam, arogyam dhan sampada, shatru buddhi vinashaya, deepam jyoti namastute. To inaugurate the enlightening voyage of knowledge sharing, let us collectively seek the blessings of Almighty and illuminate a lamp of knowledge and wisdom. I extend an invitation to our esteemed dignitaries, Architect Charanjit Shah, Architect Nitin Kilawala, Architect Habib Khan, Dr. Amog, Architect Dorothy Chaucia, Mr. Pradeep Kumar Mishra, Architect Akshay Selukar, our respected director, to step forward and grace us with the honor of lighting the lamp. May I kindly request Sandeep sir and Sandeep sir to escort our guests. serves as a powerful symbol of our collective pursuit of knowledge, personal growth, and the determination to overcome challenges. It stands as a powerful testament to the supremacy of light over darkness and knowledge over ignorance. Embarking on this radiant commencement, we hereby declare the event officially open and eagerly move forward with the scheduled proceedings. And so, I request our convener, Dr. Sanjeev Singh, to provide a concise overview of the seminar.
Students are the soul of this institution. So a very warm welcome to all of you from Manet, from SPA, from Jagran Lake University, from VIT and from other institutions. The journey for this seminar started long back. PK Mishra knows about it, that we were part of a subcommittee by Ministry of Steel and we were working on a research proposal, and then the MOU with SPA and Institute of Steel Development and Growth in India, which is a part of Ministry of Steel. We had an MOU, and the first step we took was to organize a seminar on structural steel. Regarding structural steel, I will not say much more because all the esteemed speakers are the right persons for that, and their innovative pursuits in their designs, you will see that each one of them has how structural steel has been used in their innovative design. So I will not take much of a time. This seminar is scheduled for the full day, and I hope you will enjoy this whole seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for providing a concise introduction to the seminar. I'm confident that your insights have definitely heightened everyone's enthusiasm to delve deeper into this intriguing subject. Now, I would extend my request for the floral welcome to the dignitaries. I invite Professor Kailash Rao, our director, to extend a warm welcome to our guest, Mr. P.K. Sharma, with the bouquet.
50 लगा ले सीधा यहीं पे 90-50 लगा ले यहीं पे
I request our director to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Dr. Amol Gupta. Thank you, sir. Next, I request Dr. Sandeep Sankar, our HOD, to present a bouquet as a token of greeting to our speaker, Architect Charanjit Shah. Sandeep sir, I request you once again to extend a warm welcome to our speaker, Architect Nitin Khilawala. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Sanjeev Singh, our convener, to welcome our speaker, Architect Darius Chaucy, with the bouquet. Sanjeev sir, I kindly request you to extend a warm welcome to our guest of speaker, Architect Habib Khan, with the bouquet. Thank you, sir. Now I request Architect Akshay Selukar to welcome our guest, Mr. Shiladitya Chanda from Instag, with the bouquet. Thank you, sir. With this, I extend my request to our director, Professor Kailash Rao, for the welcome address.
जाना है जा
सभी को नमस्कार. It's a great privilege for me to have some of the leading lights of the profession and from the fraternity on the stage and off the stage. It's an honor to have you all at SPSR. And also, of course, good to see so many young, bright eyes looking towards the future of steel as one of the structural member. I'm sure there's a lot of way from the professionals, from the industry experts who have come here to deliver a talk, and I'm sure these 2 days are going to be quite effective for you for all of us. And I'm basically coming from a work on historic structures. I thought that steel is a very modern material, but if you really look at it, the whole age of the civilizations was based upon pre-Iron Age and post-Iron Age. That's a kind of a distinction the iron has made in terms of it. Of course, India has produced some of the best of the steels way back in long time back. Those who knows as a wood steel of southern part of India, Tamil Nadu's wood steels. There were so many iron smelting groups were there. In fact, much earlier to the steel, in fact, the time was divided as a more like you have bronze ages and other kind of things. But it was a steel which made a lot of difference in terms of as a civilizational achievement as such. Whether it is a iron pillar of the Gupta side, iron pillar of Delhi, or the steel beams which were used to as a support systems in Konark way back in 11th century. So we do have a lot of this kind of innovations in the steel in India from much earlier than many other civilizations. Of course, every civilization claims that they also contributed to it, but we do see some of the results of it. In fact, in the Middle Ages, I do see a lot of usage of the steel very extensively as a dovels in the construction because of its malleability for dry masonry constructions. All that shows the applications of it, not only use of it, but appropriate use of the steel and getting the best out of it. I'm sure our country has achieved it in terms of it. In the modern days, of course, we have some of the stalwarts who have been using that in a very constructive manner, sensible manner, because there is a notion that steel is one of the very high energy intensive material also, energy consuming materials. Well, I'm sure we are going to listen to the various perceptions or opinions or the various aspects of the use of steel as a building material which we have already been using, but must make perhaps innovative use it, optimizing the use of it, various other facets of it. I'm really looking forward. I'm sure all the dignitaries who are there, the special guests who have been invited to give talks, will illuminate the knowledge that we're all seeking. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for coming here, and we're really looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a warm welcome and relocating us towards the Iron Age and glorifying the incorporation of steel in our Indian history and dating back from that time towards today, the innovation, the limitless innovation in modern construction. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Mr. P.K. Mishra, Director General of INSTAC, our collaborative partner, for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Visakha Madam, and good morning to all of you. In fact, it is really heartening to see so many young faces, and you are my target. I am really flattered that I'm sitting amongst the big names in architecture engineering, and I thank Professor Kailash Rao and Sanjeev Singh Saab that they have been able to organize this kind of event. I will be talking something very serious but not architecture. I represent Institute for Steel Development and Growth, which is an institute of 27 years, founded by Government of India and all the main steel producers of the country, Tata Steel, JSW, Steel Authority, ArcelorMittal, RIL. This institute has been conceived and it is working with an idea how to promote usage of steel in construction. And the topic that has been chosen today, this very well gels with our main objective. My colleague Shilayati Chanda will make a small presentation on the activities of the institute. But what I intend to say, that we are all knowing about the attributes of steel. But if you talk about the consumption of steel in the country, per capita consumption is one of the lowest in the world. And why it is not happening, and what should be done, and how your help is required. That is what I am going to speak. Maybe I will take 7 to 10 minutes time, madam. You will allow me 7 to 8 minutes time? Okay. And for your information, I am not an architect, I am not a structural engineer, so you can take me lightly, but the topic that I am talking to you is a very serious topic. Steel has multiple benefits. Professor Kalasa was just mentioning. Steel is green, steel is durable, steel is recyclable, and if you talk about evaluating a structure on life cycle costing basis, steel comes out as a winner. Yet, the use of steel in the country, particularly in rural areas, urban, semi-urban areas, you will find it is limited to only some use of TMT bars, not of structural steel. Today, sustainability is the most important thing. As an architect or architect student, whenever any client you will meet, he will talk about 3 things. Cost should be lower, the building should look good aesthetically, and it should be sustainable. Because today sustainability is a big buzzword. Everybody is talking about sustainability, and we know that even this morning itself, when we were a couple of people, we were discussing what will happen to our next generation if this kind of ecological damages do take place. And construction has a major role in preserving the resources. And steel is the most sustainable construction material. If I need to talk about data, I will not tell. If you measure global warming potential of steel versus concrete, steel comes out a big winner. And we did one study through Professor Siddharth Ghosh of IIT Mumbai. What is the benefit of steel vis-a-vis concrete in public utility structures like bridges, which are designed for a lifespan of 50 years or 100 years. Through their own data bank and research papers, they have submitted a report which I have forwarded to Ministry, that on 50-year span basis, steel works out 12% cheaper, and on 100-year span basis, steel works out about 22% cheaper compared to concrete. Despite all these attributes, steel is not getting used the way it should be used. Some statistics: steel usage in advanced economies is much higher. World average is 223 kg per capita. In China it is 645 kg. India is only 81 kg, that is 2022 figure. We had a plan, government had made a plan that our consumption per capita should be about 158 kg by 2030. But the way we are growing, we will end up somewhere about 90 kg. Steel to cement ratio, this is another factor which is very important for understanding what is the kind of quality of construction we are having in the country. Steel to cement ratio in India it is 0.35, in Korea it is 1.26, Japan 1.84. This is a figure which we have collected from Deloitte. Steel frame construction, India only 10%, Japan 40%, UK 80%. We are the second most, this country is the second most producer of steel. In fact, last year we produced about 125 billion ton we consumed, and we produced about one similar figure. And lot of grades of steel are being produced. It is not that our country is lacking in engineering or technological skill in terms of steel production, steel manufacture. New products and new grades are being produced. We are also net exporter of steel, but steel is not getting used the way it should be used in construction. What are the hurdles for steel consumption? Why steel is not getting consumed the way it should be consumed? One of the biggest factors for low consumption steel is lack of focus on application. In our country, lot of R&D, lot of focus, lot of thrust is given on manufacture, that is volume, quantity. That is important, no doubt it's important, volume is important, grades are important. But how the application of steel should take place, not much of focus, not much of R&D is taking place. In fact, Professor Madhavan of IIT Hyderabad, who is one of our collaborators, he keeps on telling that the funds are not there for research in any application projects. So that is one of the big hurdles. Second, cost perception. Any project owner, in fact government is the biggest project owner in the country, directly and indirectly, and they still believe in L1 concept. And there is a cost perception. The initial cost is slightly higher in steel, that perception is there, and it is fact also. It is about 10-12% cost here. But on life cycle costing basis, steel is much cheaper. So life cycle costing is not considered in project evaluation, even though there is a government directive for that. But it's not mandatory, so no project owner talks about life cycle costing, and they go by upfront cost. As a result, steel loses. Third, most important point, and I am speaking with responsibility. I have discussed with so many IIT professors and even Professor Sitaram, who is the chairman of AICTE. I told him, sir, the faculties in IITs or NITs, and what to talk about Tier 2 or Tier 3 colleges, engineering colleges, not many faculties are there who know about steel the way they know about concrete. He admitted, yes, there are only a handful of professors in the country who really loves teaching steel and they are working on steel. So there is a necessity, there is a great urgency that faculties are trained, they know the benefits of steel. There is some kind of, all the resources about steel are available in one place, so they can also pick up. Instat has been working in this area, we are doing some work, but this is a major concern, that the students who are passing out from engineering colleges, they are not exposed to the knowledge of steel at the student days. Maybe the same case could be the among the students of architecture. I am not aware, I have not spoken to any student or professors. Lack of skilled labor is another fact. In fact, Kilawala sir was mentioning in the morning, that not many skilled laborers are available, particularly in semi-urban areas or district towns, who know about steel connections or how steel can be made effectively used for construction material. And we don't have demonstrative structures of steel as landmark buildings. Some private landmark buildings are there, but government, and maybe particularly in the rural areas or semi-urban areas, such structures are missing. What help do we need from you? Last. What help do we need from? We are doing, if you work, you can see our website, you can see what all we are doing for promotion of steel. But what help we can do? we need help from you students. You must learn about the benefits of steel, and please, 10 years from now, if you really want to be looking for advanced construction methods, steel is the ingredient you have to look at. So you must develop your knowledge about steel and how they are cost effective, how they are aesthetically good, and how they are sustainable. We also need help from policymakers. They have to also look at the aspect of costing. They should not look at only upfront costing, and they should encourage people to use more and more steel, and particularly they should make some provisions in the tender papers. Last, we should have a large-scale awareness campaign, and I request all my architects, legends here, that okay, we are doing, they may be individually doing some great work, but there is a need for creating a kind of awareness about benefit of steel throughout the country, so that whatever structure, particularly public structures we are creating, they stand to live for 50 years, 100 years, and then you take pride in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a deep insight about the steel as a material. So you are definitely an example, an exceptional example, which says that degree does not confine your potential. Your decades of expertise is what we are looking forward here to learn. And thank you, sir, for encouraging students to understand the practical implication of steel and thus promoting skill leadership and further innovation. I'm confident that our institute would definitely participate actively for the upcoming projects under your guidance. Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Mr. Shiladitya Chanda to introduce us with his stack.
वेट कर
So, this institute was set up in 1997, although we started working from 1999 in Kolkata. And you can see all the big steel producers are our founding members. SAIL, Tata Steel, JSW Steel and Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, that is Vizag Steel. And AMNS, the erstwhile SR Steel, they joined us later. And of course, Ministry of Steel is one of our founding members. Sir, and the students, we are a non-profit making society. We do not, our intention is not to make profits, but yes, we do generate some revenues through various activities. And our main purpose is to promote steel in construction through various ways and means. And you can see in the process, we have tie-up with many top institutes in the country. You name any top IITs, we have a tie-up. Even we have a tie-up with SPF Bhopal also. Last August, we signed a MOU with SPF Bhopal. And this particular initiative is actually a result of that MOU. Just have a look at our management structure. This is just to give you an idea who are there in our structure. You can see there is a mix of industry bigwigs. All the CEOs of steel producers are there. And you can also notice some good academicians are there. Directors of CSIR labs, that is ACRC, CBI, they sit in our board. And some famous academicians, Dr. Prem Krishna, Dr. Harshavardhan Subbarao, then members of the practicing engineers, that is Larsen Tugbo, they also, Dr. Abhay Gupta, they also are member of our council. So this is our, in short, this is our mandate and this is our mission to work in unison with all the stakeholders. And here we are standing before so many stakeholders. Students are our stakeholders, Mr. Mishra mentioned. Professors are our stakeholders. So our idea is to reach out to you and take your help so that we can really succeed in our endeavor to promote steel infrastructure. So these are the 8 verticals of our activities. You can notice, sir, and madam, these are project publications. We do publish a lot of project publications. Out of the, till date, we have published about 96 publications. And we also have copyright publications of Steel Construction Institute, UK. Those are not for sale, those we give only to our members. Very recently, last month only, we brought out one publication on sustainability of steel, sustainability of built environment, the role of steel. So it is uploaded in our website. I would ask students to visit our website and you can download. Its price is minimum. You can download. So you can have an idea of what the role steel plays while we deal with sustainability. And there are many other publications also. Involvement with codes and standards, yes. I mean, you name any landmark steel related code, we are there. The basic code IS 800, IS 801 that deal with LGSF or CFS, we are involved. Then education and training, yes, this is one of such activities. Education and training, I will come to more on that later on. Involvement with Ministry, of course, Mr. Mishra mentioned, we are involved with Ministry of Steel, we are involved with Ministry of Urban and Housing and Urban Affairs, we are involved with Ministry of Rural Development. Then demonstrative structure, this is very important because you rarely get to see some good steel intensive buildings or steel structures in your vicinity. But we always believe in, there is a term, seeing in believing. The more you see, the more you are convinced that yes, this is possible with steel. So we also involve ourselves with such things. I will come to that later on. Revenue generation, we do some projects and we design some structures. We also weight some structure, where suppose some structures are there and you need weighting of such structure. So we do that actually. And projects for our founding members and advisory services, of course, they are there. So these are in one slide, these are our gamut of our activities with Bureau of Indian Standards and IRC Engineering Road Congress. I would like to draw your kind attention to not all, but you can focus on this IS 800 and IS 801. Yes, IS 801 is very important. 800 is published long back, that is 2007. But IS 801, this is very important, this deals with cold form steel structure or live gauge steel. It will be out very shortly. It is coming out with our intervention only. And one more, that is IS 11384, that is composite construction. The composite construction is need of the day. And this is a new one, this is 2022 version. It has been completely adopted by ISME. Another one, IS 13174, Mr. Mishra was talking about life cycle costing. So this particular code deals with life cycle costing methodologies. Okay, so this is also under me. This you know, I believe. INSDAC has been into the student competition for last 20 to 21 years. And I'm sure the professors of your institute do encourage you to participate in our competitions. So I would urge you to continue participating in our competition. Do visit our website. Do follow us in our social media handles, LinkedIn, Twitter. You will get all the updates regularly. So in short, this is our expertise. Having said all these things, this is our expertise. We are into composite construction. If you need any help, please come back to us. For steel design, these are the 5 verticals. For any conventional industrial building, we are there to help you out. Pre-engineered buildings, space frame structures, then steel intensive, steel buildings, steel in buildings particularly, then cold form steel structures. I will be dealing with little more on this later on. Then formulation of codes and standards I have already told you. And more important is green building construction. So we are a certified green building consultant of IGBC. So we work in unison with all the project authorities. So for any of your requirement, do come back to us. We might be able to help. So as I said, implementation projects are important. So there are a few buildings in India we have been involved with. So you can do the number one is Handloom House in Janpath. There is another building in New Delhi, that is Indira Pariyavaran Bhavan, the house of Ministry of Environment, that is also with steel. You kindly focus on the third one in the row, that is our own building in Kolkata. It's full of steel. And incidentally, the architect is sitting over here only, Mr. Nitin Kilawala. So, and there are few more in northeastern region. So having said that, we have identified, Mr. Mishra has touched upon those things. What are the challenges of steel use in construction? If steel has so many attributes in construction, why it is not getting used the way it should be? So we have identified a few challenges, and we have also working on those. So I would like to briefly take you through this. Cost perception, Mr. Mishra already told. He was talking about life cycle cost analysis, but I would like to go a little more on this. This morning only, architect Charanjit Singh and Mr. Nitin Kilawala, they are also saying that whenever we are selecting steel as a primary materials of construction, if we set aside life cycle cost analysis also, then also there are certain benefits, like early completion, larger scale. So if we really monetize those attributes, then also in some places you may find that steel is cheaper than concrete. So, but that particular aspect has not been touched upon. So, those things are also there. So, people are always opting for initial cost, and that does not take into account the other benefits of steel. Limited knowledge and skill, of course, Mr. Mishra told about this. Then lack of demonstrative structure, yes. You would hardly see the steel-based buildings in, say, even in metros, you can hardly find out one or two. Forget about small cities. And unless you see those structures, how do you really convince that yes, a building can be made with steel or a very grand structure can be made with steel? But there are examples. Slow pace of development of codes and standards. We are taking up with BIS and IRC accordingly. Non-availability of quality steel in affordable prices in every nook and corner of the country. Yes, that is another aspect of it. So, having said this, what are our solutions and what are the things that we are doing for this? So, number one is policy intervention. We are presently trying to get this life cycle cost analysis mandatory for project evaluation, particularly the structures which have envisaged for more than 50 years. Code is there, code is under making. But the primary consideration is it should be there in GFR. It is there in GFR, but right now it is said the life cycle cost analysis may be considered. It's not mandatory. So we have taken up with the Ministry of Finance earlier. They initially said that there is not enough expertise, there is no capacity to carry out those life cycle costing for infrastructure projects. There is no standard framework, no standard database. So we have proposed, let's form one committee so that the committee formalizes everything. And we have also backed up our claim through the preliminary study of IIT Bombay that sir has mentioned. And they have found out really when the structure's life is more than 50 years, steel is actually cheaper. So Ministry of Steel is in the in the process of making the committee. We have already suggested names of all such experts. Very soon they will come up with the committee. And once the committee is formed, the ball will be set rolling. Development of standard bridges for MORTH. We have for MORTH is the guardian of all the road bridges. So we have given them all the designs of 30 meter span bridges for roadways with steel concrete option. So possibly they will adopt those. Updating undergraduate syllabus with AICTE, as sir said, we are in touch with AICTE so that the course syllabus will be slightly, because it is more tilted towards RCC based. So we are trying with AICTE so that some more weightage should be given for steel based design also. And there is another important thing, there should be one repository of all such knowledge of steel based construction, be it construction, be it fabrication, design, material selection. And I am happy to share that if you visit our website, you will find teaching resource material. It's a 36 chapters compilation. You can download that freely and you will get all the answers. But those things are little dated. Presently, we are in the process of updating the same with IIT Hyderabad. And we are also happy to announce that a subset of that is we have been making for polytechnic students. And it's ready. We are set for rollout. This month only we will be rolling out that particular volume for students of diploma holders. And this is our, as I said, we are taking up with BIS and IRC so that there is no delay in updation of codes. Then building demonstrative structure, as I mentioned, I would urge all the architects so that more such buildings come up and so that people can really see and judge their performance over the period of countrywide awareness, Mr. Nisha has already mentioned. Rural focus, yes. There is another subset of this. We are tied up with National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Hyderabad. Their institute under rural development. They do a lot of jobs for rural development only. So we are tied up with them. Thank you. In fact, I have only one plea to you. On this day, let's work together so that steel gets its rightful place in the construction industry that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful example of agglomeration of experts from academia and industry. We promise to be part of your mission and grab this opportunity to participate in such competitions and test our capabilities. We look forward to exciting proposals for various groups from the field of academia and industry. And we are part of your pledge, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to extend my warm welcome to Architect Akshay Selukar, the Vice Chairman of IIA, Bhopal Center, Chairman, I'm extremely sorry, of IIA, Bhopal Center, and our esteemed institute partner to address our attendees.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome all our dignitaries on behalf of IIA Bhopal Center. And I thanks Architect Sanjeev Singh sir who involved IIA Bhopal in this unique initiative, and this session would be definitely a knowledge sharing for all the students. I have not much to speak here on this subject. Just like to invite all the students. We are celebrating 50th year of Indian Institute of Architects MP chapter, and on that occasion we are inviting Architect Bimal Patel on 1st of February, and we have kept a special session for students which will be starting from 2:30 at Hotel Safal Retreat. Also those students who want to be part of this event can register or they can come directly. I'm sure everyone know Bimal Patel, and he will be addressing his work and everything. Rest, we are always there to have events with institutions. So Indian Institute of Architects Bhopal Center is ready to host many such functions. Thank you very much for making IIA part of this event. Take care. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. You have always been a part of exciting events organized by IIA, and we look for this event as well, and will definitely participate. Thank you so much. I'm confident everyone here is eager to delve into our enriching sessions, but after a long time, we have a sunny day today, and so we take a moment to have a tea and comfort ourselves. So we'll reconvene approximately at 11:20. We reconvene precisely, and we will start with our engaging session.
We are already running late by 15 minutes, so I will request you to finish up your thing first.
The tea arrangement.
जाली दिखेगी बढ़िया.
The eagerly anticipated moment of the day has arrived, marking the commencement of our first captivating session. Before we commence, I would like to bring your attention that we have an interesting panel session at the end of all the 4 sessions, for which I would request you to jot down all your queries during the session, and while leaving outside, you can just drop them into the desk which is being located at the outside of this hall in the corridor itself, so that we can have an interview session at the end. Now, I take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed speaker, Architect Charanjit Shah. Professor Charanjit Shah, a distinguished architect, planner, infrastructure expert, boasts an impressive 5 decades career. His multifaceted roles as an author, scholar, educator, and advocate for sustainable green architecture have left an indelible mark in the field of beyond conventional architectural needs. Professor Shah has significantly contributed to large-scale infrastructure projects including airports, metro systems, railway stations, transit-oriented development, intermodal bus hubs. His focus on creating sustainable, walkable and cyclable neighborhoods aligns with his vision for the development of future Indian smart cities. Fondly known as the Airport King, his portfolio features milestone projects such as various airports for cities like Chennai, Raipur, Goa, Vadodara, Agartala, Charbagh railway station, Kota railway station, Times Square Mosque, Naya Raipur, and many more. And so for a deeper exploration of his works and legacy spanning from 5 decades, I invite you to refer to the Architecture Design issue of December 2019. In addition to his remarkable portfolio, Professor Shah has established the Smart Habitat Foundation, a center of excellence dedicated to art, architecture, urban planning, transport, and infrastructure. This platform serves as a conduit for meaningful dialogue, fostering collaboration between academics and practitioners to bridge the gap between theory and practical application. So, without further ado, I invite Professor Charanjit Shah to enlighten us. We embark on this enlightening journey into the ABC of steel structures. Please, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Namaskar. Good morning to all, and adab to my friend Habib Khan ji, and Sat Sri Akal to myself. Okay. So, very interesting. मैं जब भी SPA में आता हूँ तो मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगता है. I am also SPA alumni from SPA Delhi, and I take the journey from the day you start your, that is in 1965, I joined SPA. So, it's a long way. देखो दो ही मंदिर हैं पूजने के लिए, एक जहाँ से आपका कैरियर बनता है और दूसरा आप जिसमें स्पिरिचुअलिटी या धार्मिक बनते हो, तो वो दूसरा मंदिर है. मेरा मंदिर तो SPA है. So this is the second SPA, the third in Vijayawada. So I am thankful to all of you कि मुझे यहाँ अपने मंदिर में बुलाया पूजा करने के लिए. और आर्किटेक्ट की पूजा उसका काम है. It's a process, and when I started architecture, तो किसी ने मेरे पापा को बोला यार ये एक अच्छी लाइन है. मेरे दिमाग में पहले डाला था भाई इंजीनियर बन जाओ, तो मैंने कहा अच्छा. पापा ने कहा ये भी एक अच्छी लाइन है, तो मैंने एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट में अपीयर किया, तो SPA में एडमिशन मिल गया. और जोधपुर में सिविल इंजीनियरिंग मिली। तो आई एम ए रेफ्यूजी बॉर्न इन ए कैंप इन पुराना किला, टेंट में पैदा हुआ, जेब में पैसे नहीं थे, तो मैंने भी सोचा है वहाँ हॉस्टल का खर्चा होगा, ये होगा, आर्किटेक्चर ज्वाइन कर लो। और मुझे ना अंग्रेजी थोड़ी कम आती है, तो आर्किटेक्चर बोलना नहीं आता था, तो मैं बोलता था आर्किटेक्टर। That was the stage which I started humbly समझने की कोशिश की what is architecture. The great masters were our professors like Karvinde Saab, Raj Riwal, Jhawala, उन्होंने हमारे जैसे ना गधे को घोड़ा बनाना, you know, तो उन्होंने हमें बनाया. Grooming, chiseling, blossoming, and that is what I say from a freelance to I proudly, humbly say that we are a corporate practice of more than 200 people working in my office, and very officially I would say that we have the largest projects. You know, जिसको नया भारत बन रहा है ना, उसमें हमारा योगदान बहुत, मैं सोचता हूँ कि भगवान की कृपा है कि हम उसमें योगदान देने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. Today, by another 2040, will be 100 crores in the urban areas. We need transportation infrastructure so badly that last mile connectivity, walkability, all these are big words, but we need it. So that is what various modes of transportation, maybe airways, waterways, railways, land ports, highways, ropeways, you know, these are the fundamentally, today we are talking about new modes of operation and transport. My friend, you know, Habib is here, who is a pioneer in giving shape to new India and Government of India's policy making, you know. So what is happening is, I am just looking for how to create that sort of infrastructure. And maybe today's topic is steel and infrastructure. When we talk about capability and capacity statement, capacity of the building, the large span structures can only be made possibly in steel. So how to look at steel as a vibrant material? You know, why I've taken this? This is inspiring as a structure, banyan tree, you know, complete enveloping with the branches and the columns, beams, integration, and this lasts for about 250 years, a natural structural element which God has given us. We need to understand various things, and now I will look into my 50 years of journey. My son, who is now taken over and who is an urban designer from Columbia University, Goldman Sachs, and he is inspiring to do whatever comes in the way, and never mind, you get the fees and you don't get the fees. Whatever fees we get, that also is so, today, you know, we say 0.5% or even something less, from 5% as guidelines of concept architecture to we are into. But never mind, how do you do that? That is what is required. This is for free. This is how, I'm just giving you the brief so that today in God's grace, we've done more than 55 airports, 45 of the railway stations which are under, you know, large revamping, and 20 of the seaports and land ports. This is what in infrastructure we are into. I'm telling you today, because sometimes I say that यार कॉलेजों में बच्चे आने दे, या आर्किटेक्चर में फीस नहीं मिल रही, हमें तो बच्चे नहीं मिल रहे काम करने के लिए. The talented guys we do not get, and I said that today even sky is not the limit, you know, for your work to do. You have to have passion enough. Resist yourself to become, you know, like a big flyer in a day, but slowly and slowly, progressively, you are needed so much by the society that there is no dearth of work. So now, this is how even outside India, we are doing 7 airports, 2 helipads, and other projects in Africa, in Belgrade, in Kazakhstan. That is what in Nepal we're doing the master plan of with 4 runways, 20,000 hectares of land, absolutely a greenfield airport. So I'm just impressing upon, and again the DMRC metro stations, then again visioning mega in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, the metro station. These are, and now we're talking about steel, and steel, I'm very fortunate that for the last 25 years, we are into steel in the last mile structure. So it's a very futuristic material, and somebody from, the steel, Einstein said, I said it's cost effective, it's economical, only thing is how do you analyze, how you do this, that is how. Can you just show the video? Because I'm addressing architects, so let's see the architecture, then we transform that into steel work. design philosophy and transforming various shapes. अब जब सब कुछ बना लेते हैं तो ना फिर जब बनाने की बारी आती है तो यार समझ नहीं आता कैसे बनाएंगे इसको, because we lack understanding of technology, materials, all that. Then we are into confusion. When we design, we are not into costing. We don't know how much it's going to cost. But when you plan out, you need to even see what is the cost. So today, when I say that you want to do practice, you have to be holistic. Not that I am a freelance, मैं खाली नक्शा बनाऊंगा, डिजाइन बनाऊंगा, उसके बाद स्ट्रक्चर इंजीनियर को दे दूंगा, एमबीपी और कर देगा, 30 और कर देगा, और मुझे मालूम नहीं कॉस्ट कहाँ जाएगी. So I think when you are in this school, we neglect all the elements of applied architecture. Maybe किसी को structure class में मैंने bunk करते ही देखा है, And similarly, if you talk about electrical, वो तो बिल्कुल कोई देखता ही नहीं है, Plumbing, we do not know, because we think यार इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. Architecture तो सोचना है, but studying, sitting in a studio, or past dreams, right? They transform into vision, a thought into vision, vision into reality. But how do you transform that into reality? You need to be very composite. And how you see that now I am coming into steel, Brooklyn Bridge. I think there's some overlap coming. Then, inspired from structure, a concrete space frame. A very girder. Material can be steel, material can be composite, can be concrete, but how do you see the structure, innovation of structure, and then evolve the application of material, Yamuna Bridge, new bridge signature, and now I'll take you to few of the projects, how the construction techniques have been adopted in like the Chennai Airport, which I say, to touch my heart, where I learned so much, and we collaborated with one of the, global consultants, Gensler from US also, and we created this facility, which has more of innovation, new technology. That time we didn't have technology where we were able to create these structures on brownfield airport, where there's no space. How to do off the grid? All this happened. This is the basic. I'm going to architecture, how the evolution of the shape took place, and how you see that your plate is only 30 meters, you get light from both the sides, and when this was inaugurated by the president, that it was in daylight at 7 o'clock. So that is the sustainable aspect of an architect when you design. So that is how solar oscillation, cut the sun, cut the heated west sun, all these are, I'm not going into that architecture because today's topic is only steel. So, but this is how you cut the west sun, the heated south and west sun, because it's a cantilever of 25, 24 meters which is cutting the sun here. So now this is how from the bird, wings of the bird, inspired, and we evolved this shape. This is the structure. Then again, when we were doing this, that time there was no intermodality, how to convert last mile connectivity. So we had one railway station, when we were doing this, the metro came, and metro insertion was there. Already we have the airport and then the highway, how to connect intermodality of the transport of the road to the metro and also with the railways, so that as an architect we went from one department to another department and made this possible, and it is like connecting food modes of transport here, which is now happening. Habibji is here, in Patra, in other places, where we are now everywhere in all the railway stations, we are thinking that how the last mile connectivity is there and intermodality which is very important, and you reach out to your destination at the fastest. So this is the bridge, how we create the vocabulary of architecture, the V columns, RCC column, steel column, this same vocabulary in a project. How do you evolve that? That is how, this is one of the great innovation that we did, steam cure, sections, hollow sections, thinnest flyover, I would say just 400 mm thick, steam cured hollow box section, making the waffle thin flyover. This is how this is done in Chennai. Then these are the V column, which are 900 meter diameter, and the whole structure is also resting on these V columns, which are about 28 meters apart. So this is how you see the language, see this. This is how the section works for the flyover, connecting tube. This is, we said how you connect, because layering the building and in between insertion, we connected international to domestic to metro so that the walkability with 40 walkulator is there and you are also away from the traffic. So this is how you layer various things, the arrival, the departure, the various other things are not intermingling. So you go the fastest. How to do that? So these are design elements. This is how we connected this bridge between the V columns. This is under construction. I'm just expressing you, it was so difficult. There's no space outside, and you are creating a facility of 2 million square meters. This is how these are the V columns, which are apart, 24 meters, 28 meters, 900 mm diameter, 33 meter height, foundation. So all these details are very, very important, and you have to really make the sizing of those details, how to erect them, and this cannot be done without participation of engineering knowledge along with you while designing. Then only these various elements can be implemented. तो पहले मैं डिजाइन बना लूँ, बाद में इंजीनियर को बुलाऊँ, वो कहेगा यार तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, ये तूने पंगे ले लिए, ये तो होगा नहीं. So you have to be conscious, working in a team, larger envelope, that your vision and engineering's innovation can probably make it reality. So that is what now how. This is how the structure works. How you have the complete rail, you have so many of the supports, moving trolleys, and all those things are, and then, you're working at 33 meters, wind, there is a, variation, deviation, so you have to take care of all these elements when you construct. So, here we went this pipe, which is 508 mm, 16 mm thick, hot bed. We brought this technology. We were the first one to bend half a meter pipe in India. And we did the largest cantilever of 80 feet here in this Chennai airport, which is also an achievement, because none of the airport has, till today, has that much of, 80 feet of cantilever. So this bending was very difficult. We were thinking either we'll get it from London or from Dubai or from Singapore, but when we started, we looked at it, then we evolved and we experimented, we were able to bend it perfectly. So this is how, you have to understand the technology, bring it here, learn it from global. It's like, not I would say intervention. Intervention is all right, but empowerment of global technology should not be taken into consideration. So we need to intervention of global understanding, and then see that how we Indianize that and we bring that technology to our cell and you execute it. So this is how all this done. Metro station, this also when we were doing airport, we said the language should not be disturbed. Then metro people here, Chennai Metro, they said, okay, you take this work also. So we were offered that and we started looking at the metro station design. And this is how the wire diagram and how we inserted the metro, connecting the metro to the terminal, to the tube, and you come to the metro level, come down, come to the terminal. This is how the last mile connectivity is done. And all this is probably in steam. This is how the metro station in plate has been done. This is all use of plate, make the portal of the plate. There are ways, either you make a space frame or tubular truss, or you make in plate, the portal. This is how this was done. Erection. This is the metro, that's the airport. All this works. Just show the video.
The basement level in the Chennai airport is built using RCC structures. Its uniqueness is that it is raised with steel superstructure, providing 300-meter long offering roofs of trusses. These trusses have three parts, namely cantilever beams, deck trusses, pier trusses to form curved like two wings. Building's open upstairs superstructure is covered with glass curtain walls. The city side has spider glazing, while air side has structural glazing that allow natural light to permeate the terminal. The building area is covered by aluminium roofing system of Calzip with smoke extractor fans and skylight provision to admit daylight. It is watertight and fully sound insulated. The roofing system profile also allows to drain rainwater.
Yeah. This is the rapport from avian shape. When we initially started, तो हम कहते हैं यार shape बहुत अच्छी हो, shape में कुछ ना कुछ पंगे लो, then हम भाई जो हमने ये shape बनाई because अब मैं सोच रहा हूँ क्यों बनाई, but बहुत सुंदर है, लेकिन हमें बहुत मुश्किल पड़ी, बड़े पंगे थे इसमें, ये हमने ये बना दिया, and ये बना, अब ये तो ऊपर से ही नजर आ रहा है, फिर मैंने सोचा यार ये तो ऊपर से ही नजर आएगा हवाई जहाज में, हैं, तो नीचे से आई लेवल में तो नजर नहीं आ रहा, पंगे क्यों लिए, हैं? So I am saying is transformation, is complexity is architecture dynamism, or simplistic is dynamism. So then slowly we progressively said, यार इतने पंगे नहीं ले, थोड़ा सा उसको simple करके भी dynamic कर ले. So that is what, but ये अच्छा है. This won the award for more than 6 times as best airport, public choice award. That is how this is, बहुत ये है इसका. इतने पंगे में हमने एक नापना है, कंप्यूटर से फिर बनाना, फिर वहाँ पंगे हो जाते, छोटे बड़ा हो गया. I am just showing you how this is done, ये देख रहे हो ना? अब फिर हमने गटर. We said कि भाई ऊपर तो हमने कैल्शियम डबल स्टेन लगा दी, गटर शीट में लगा देते हैं, प्लेट में गटर बना दिया. अब when outside is 46 degrees and it rains, the water condenses. 40 डिग्री के प्लेट के ऊपर पानी गिरा तो नीचे टपकता है, तो सोचते हैं लीक कर रही है. So because my gutter is not insulated, then what we did even gutter insulation. That is how integrating of the details so that there is no even kabhi लगेगा ये आर्किटेक्ट ने कैसा काम किया, you know. So we have to be very conscious about all this. This is what happens. देखा, ये इसकी पोजीशनिंग चेंज हो गई, ये ऐसे घूम रहा है, you know. Now either you will just उसके साथ क्रेन से उसको खींचेंगे तो कुछ ना कुछ टूट जाएगी चीज, या फिर ये रिपेयर करनी पड़ेगी। फिर आप देख लो, हमने फिर उसको थोड़ा सा घुमा के टेढ़ा करके बिठा दिया, you know. That is how, because sometimes, you know, because of lack of quality of construction, you find all these issues. But you, because बच्चा तो मेरा है ना, हैं? किसी ने भी गड़बड़ कर दी, उसको सांस मैंने देना है, मैं वेंटिलेटर से भी निकालना है। So that is how an architect work. यार कोई बात नहीं यार, रात को मैं 11 बजे आ गया यार, उसने ऊपर बिठाते बिठाते कॉलम तोड़ दिया, सवेरे की 6 बजे फ्लाइट की रायगढ़ पहुंच गई, देखिए बच्ची को क्या एक्सीडेंट, तो then you modify. All this is दिल से यार, दिल से करेंगे काम तो बच्चा हमारा सांस आ जाएगा, और फिर भगवान साथ है, वो कह रहे हैं बिन सांस के रखे, बिना सांस के भगवान रख लेता है। तो that is the philosophy. You need to be godly. उसमें कभी बस सोचे मिलेगा क्या, माँ सोचती है मेरा बेटा क्या देगा, तो प्यार करती है। So we need to be like a mother and do all this, like this, और इतना सुंदर बन गया बाद में, किसी को नहीं पता लगा इसको फ्रैक्चर हुआ था पहले। So that is how आप इतना नजर आ रहा है कुछ, सब कुछ ठीक है, वो तो अंदर रॉड डली है, तो इसलिए these are practical issues, problems, how to create this sort of a, architecture. इसका पीछे का देखिए, इस सारे को फिर हम उसको कपड़े कैसे डालेंगे, क्या करना है, कैसे डिटेल्स है, what is the interface, what is the interface between the various structure glazing to structure the roofing system, how to put the flashings, that's very important. So this is how you see it from inside. अंदर हमने बड़ा अच्छा लैंडस्केप किया, बस्तरा डाल दी, अब वहाँ पे मैं भी एक दिन बैठा था, 2 बच्चे को और लोग बैठे हुए थे साथ ही कॉफी पी रहे थे। They were just discussing कि यार यहाँ आके ना मैं सवेरे 6 बजे की फ्लाइट है, थका हुआ था, यहाँ कॉफी पी रहा हूँ, पीछे पानी चल रहा है और लैंडस्केप में मेरी सारी थकावट दूर हो गई। What a beautiful design. तो मैं पास नहीं था, तो मैं रहने नहीं गया, because I am the father of the child. You know, that is the credibility. वो फीस मिल गई ना, सब कुछ मिल गया जब मेरे बच्चों को किसी ने appreciate कर दिया. So be attached with your work. That is what I say. This is what we created. हम तो बस्तर में चले गए, जहाँ पे गए थे वहाँ नक्सलाइट्स हैं, लेकिन हमें किसी ने कुछ नहीं किया, हमने सारा ये काम वहाँ पे करवाया. You know, all this is happening. All this is happening. This is how it works at night. गोवा हमने पहले किया, फिर अब इसके बाद में अभी एक्सपेंशन जा रही है. Now this is in plate. You have to understand various typology of structure. This is all plate welded and shaped. You know, all plate welded, all plate welded. All this is how this works. Vadodara Airport, inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister. Yeah, I am just showcasing you how the roofing is done, how the double layer calcium roofing is done, insulation is done, how the structure is behavior is there. You know, all this is very important. ऊपर जाके रोज तो मैं रिपेयर कर नहीं सकता. It has to be permanent. कैसे करेंगे इसको? This is how you see the insulation, you know, and double layering calcium roofing. All this. These are all in trusses. Again, a cantilever. In truss formation of 18 meters. This is cantilever, all truss. This is inside. This is how it looks. All truss work, no solid steel, no girdle. This is the, and then mind it, we put on the west and south facade dead, so that no glare light goes in. The front shaded, southwest. You know, cutting the sun, so that you get comfortable, cool light inside the building. That is, I am also looking into architecture. architecture, if I can express that also within the structure. This is how this is the food court बाहर बनाया हमने. हाँ, उसमें छोटे मोटे स्ट्रक्चर पंगे ले सकते हैं, है ना, जो इतना और ये नजर आता है, because ये आई लेवल पे है, वो 33 मीटर पे है, ये छोटा है. This is how we created this. This is there. Now, again, a very beautiful project to my heart is Kartarpur Corridor, which we did 400 crore project in just 4 months' time, you know, and very, you know, touch of my Nanak, rediscovering my Nanak, you know, looking into the various vocabulary, and I said, okay, let's see, it's based on a khanda. Khanda is symbolism to peace, harmony, and unity, you know, and that is how, that is Irfan, not Talwar. You know, that is how we based it. And this is the philosophy of Khanda, we put it. This is the Government of India's Home Ministry work. This is how we created this. And you see this, in getting hold of this project in 4 months, it's a miracle, it's a magic. But you know, we as professional, that is what even Modi ji ne bola 15 अगस्त में लाल किले से कि हमारे टेक्नोक्रेट्स ने असंभव को भी संभव कर दिया. हबीब जी, you know, that is what the Honorable Prime Minister said, and we feel proud that we were part of that, you know, technocrats and with the professionals. So this is how we did. This is how all this has been done. Again, platinum rated building. Can you just show the video?
इलाहाबाद नानक करतारपुर साहिब कॉरिडोर अब सबके लिए खुलने जा रहा है. तो आइए आपको ले चलते हैं उस जगह जहां पर कॉरिडोर की तैयारियां शुरू की गई हैं.
करतारपुर कॉरिडोर का ये टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग का स्ट्रक्चर का काम हो रहा है और बहुत ही लिमिटेड टाइमलाइन पे इसको सारे कोऑर्डिनेशन स्ट्रक्चर की आरसीसी का काम तो सभी डिफरेंट रेट्स का इकट्ठे कोशिश करते हैं तो भी सभी अभी करवाएं इस कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रोजेक्ट.
ये प्रोजेक्ट 50 एकड़ में फैला है, जिसकी पैसेंजर टर्मिनल बिल्डिंग 15,860 स्क्वायर मीटर में बनी है और जिसकी एंट्रेंस गेट बिल्डिंग 4,200 स्क्वायर मीटर में बनाई गई है. इस प्रोजेक्ट का टोटल बिल्डअप एरिया है 21,650 स्क्वायर मीटर. यहाँ पर आने वालों की सुविधा के लिए पार्किंग का भी इंतजाम किया गया है, जो कि 12,100 स्क्वायर मीटर में फैला है. इसकी फॉल सीलिंग 2600 स्क्वायर मीटर की है. नेशनल फ्लैग को फहराने के लिए मैस्ट की हाइट 300 फीट रखी गई है.
architecture work, I will just go into other typology of works, like an auditorium, convention hall, where you again feel of large span structure. So we got an opportunity of about 20 years back creating a convention hall for 5,000 people, and this is in Peruvian, near Coimbatore, and this is how the steel, just based on the Burun's, this thing, the shaping, and we started looking at it and made these like 3 wings, and a balcony here with about 5,000 capacity, with 1 basketball court, with 4 badminton courts in, and that is how we generated this, one of the first facility of its kind in India. This is how, again, this is box section, box section, Apollo Steel, Tata Steel, how you play with trusses in box section. And mind it, even this is how under construction, this is the balcony span. We have not taken any other pre-stressed concrete, other thing, but we have again taken a truss, and how do you play with this is 40 meters, and this is the veneer girder in the box section. You can do that, and 40 meter span, this is there, demonstrated. तो मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि घबराना नहीं है, तो 40 मीटर में बॉक्स सेक्शन में हम वेरियस टॉपोलॉजी में भी काम कर सकते हैं. So this is how we did in the stage, this is how you see the roofing system, lighting, this is how the sitting work, this is how 40 meter span and the complete shaping of, again this is how you see that 5,000 people, students are accommodated in this large auditorium, and this can be done in steel very easily. I mean, this is there हमारे वहीं के घर के बंदों ने, मैं वहीं पे, जैसे PMC भी खुद के बैठ जा रहे हैं वहीं पे, I was practically sitting at the side, काम करवाना, welding करवानी, दूसरा करना, party, all that, and we did this, तब हमारे पास ये दूसरे एयरपोर्ट के काम नहीं थे, फिर हम थोड़े और बिजी हो गए. लेकिन ये मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि अगर आपको पैशन है, प्यार है, तो आप वहीं बैठ जाओगे यार, काम जुगाड़ लगाना है, and then you understand, and welder is the best teacher, वो आपको समझाता है साथ में, और because practical इसके knowledge है, और आप काम कर लेते हो. So this is how, the point. Now another interesting small project, why I am putting it, इसमें भी हमने पंगा लेंगे. तो आर्किटेक्ट्स तो बाज आते नहीं है ना, उनको अंदर से लेकर है यार और कोई अच्छी चीज बनाए, कैसे बनाए यार, बम शेड हो, मतलब मजा आ जाए. तो दैट इज व्हाट वी डिड. हमने ये क्लब है ना, क्लब में हमने पूरा, आजकल तो टूल्स है ना तुम्हारे पास, तुम भी बना लेते हो, हम किसी अपने स्टाफ में बोलते हैं बनाया, बहुत अच्छी चीज बना दे, ये बन गई. इसके ऊपर हमारे बिल्डर के ना 40% फ्लैश देंगे पूरा रायपुर में, तो वो कहता क्लब बनाओ. कौन बनाएगा, हाउ विल डू इट, बताओ कैसे बनेगा ये, हम पंगे करता है. अब हम R&D की बैठे कैसे करेंगे, ऑल दैट. देन वी स्टार्टेड लुकिंग एट इट. देन यहाँ पे सर आपके नागपुर में हमने फिर ये मौका बनाया 1:10 में कि यार बंदे मिल गए हमें वहाँ, और वो उन्होंने हमें ये बना के दिया. हमने कहा यार हाँ बन जाएगा, सांस आ गया हमारे में ना, है ना, क्योंकि everything is possible, nothing is impossible, and if there is a will, there is a way. तो अपने आप हो गया ये. This is how we did. ये देख रहे हो, ये बड़ा this is how we shape up and then cover it. ये पूरी टाइपोलॉजी इस तरीके से हमने इसको कंप्लीट किया. You need lot of supervision, lot of interaction. तो ये नहीं कि मैंने ड्राइंग दे दिया बना ले भाई, वैसे नहीं चलेगा, है ना? तो जब भी ऐसे काम करोगे तो बैठना पड़ेगा. You know, this is how all this was done. Then इसको रहने दो, हो गया. Now I'm just showcasing you about the various structures which possibly can be done even in the largest railway station. So it's like in New Bombay. No, it's like steel portal. We say steel space frame and we say steel truss. One is truss we make structure, other we make steel space frame nodes. Yeah? And other is the steel portal. So these are basically three types of structures for the large span in steel which we can do. So this is how one of the railway station in New Bombay where we try to use, you know, putting all these things in this manner so that the steel truss works, shaping the vocabulary of structure and into the trusses. Trusses are made either to make tubular, box section, whatever. So you can do this. And you can play with your geometry, you can play with the architecture, shaping, you know, all that can be done. No issue. So this is how we shaped up from a unit, from a structure, and how the geometry of the complete structure can be working out. So that is how we did this. This is how this is now in like space frame. How do you do this? This is how, you know, space frame, jutting out. So with the space frame vocabulary, like Hall of Nation, Hall of Industry, so we do great. That was in concrete. This is in steel. How to do that sort of an architecture is possible, and that is how all this can be done in steel. This is now in steel portal, like Goa airport we did. So now here we're shaping up in plain portal structure. This is how, you know, you convert this. Now I'll come into very small things, you know, coming from very mega to now the product design, staircase, a monumental staircase, you know, this is like a monumental staircase, you know, where you do all this in steel. You know, the whole, this again a staircase in a farmhouse where you're putting, you know, all steel, cantilever, and then you put the steps on. This is how you put steel and glass in the roofing. Again, this again glass tube, steel glass tube, how you do this. This is at Chennai Airport. This is how this glass tube works. Then you have vertical gardens, you know. This we created here, again in steel, vertical gardens, you know. And we have, you know, water supply, we have putting the plant, we have everything within this. This is how it works in the design. Boards in the curtain glazing. This is how tree column, to giving language with steel. And now we'll touch upon lastly, today, stainless steel. But we talk about statue of oneness, statue of, you know, oneness is at the Bhopal. And all those structures like your Lotus Temple, you know, where these are the prides, you know, where we think that the life is more than 200 years, you know, 300, 500, we talk about so much, and how to do it. Steel cannot, steel corrodes, you know, fire. Today the challenge, I think, what the, you know, people research, which you can take up is, can we take some sort of an integrated steel where I don't need to make a fire paint. You know, I use steel, then I do a fire paint, and then again I use, you know, this thing, I'm not getting it. You know, why should not be layering. So we layer many things put together, then we say yes, now it can be used. So let's see that the specific products are meant where we say that it has a life, it can be. Similarly, we talk about corrosion. You know, coastal area, there's a lot of corrosion. How do you see that without corrosion, paint? Can I have that sort of a steel which is available, which lasts many years? So that is what is like stainless steel. That time when this high temple was made, it was galvanized. It was, stainless steel things were not available. So rods, other things. You're talking about even this Vadodra's statue of Sardar Patel. It doesn't have this stainless steel. So we need to see what is the type of material which we use, which can last for centuries. So this is stainless steel, which can last. This is what is being experimented at, Museum of Future, Logan Museum, and other projects. So how do you see this Museum of Future, all stainless steel, and how, go forward. Yes, now, this is done all in stainless steel, and it has life. These are the pride of the nation, the way so this is how these structures are, the innovation, the technology, the new material formation, how this is being achieved. See this? And this is Lower Vision Abu Dhabi. Again, is a layered dome, which is multiple layers which are put into stainless steel again here. So these are the layers, and this is how it is achieved, and you get diffuse light inside as well. So this is the innovation, and these are the materials which I think we need to address. This, of course, all of you, how stainless steel has been used here in this facade of Frank Geddes, this thing, how this was done, stainless steel, all this, we learn so much. And this lastly, this is my office where I work in Chhatarpur, how we work. And this is the Smart Habitat Foundation, which I just wanted to show that students like you have made this book. When they came to my office and stayed with me for 20 days and made this book on steel, I made them work up to 3 o'clock at night, and this publication was done. So anybody who wants to have copies, I can give him, but it will come only by post. So I will send you across. And lastly, this says, today, any project, what you do, you need to be technologically very strong. And we say net zero, beyond net zero, don't borrow anything, you're off the grid, and create your own reservoirs, own water, produce your energy, and complete net zero liquid waste management. So in case we are able to do that, we'll be able to create a sustainable Indian cities of tomorrow. That's all which I think. And lastly, all inspired from nature. And nature is life, life is nature. Let's see that we adore nature, love nature, eat nature, drink nature, and adore, love nature. So thank you very much for your patient hearing.
जितना आपका तजुर्बा है, आई एम श्योर यहाँ बैठे जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स हैं उनकी उम्र से भी डबल है, या कहें कि हम उनके पढ़ाव तक भी नहीं पहुँचे जितना तो आपका तजुर्बा है। और ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आपके 5 दशक की जर्नी का हार्डवर्क हमें सिर्फ 1 घंटे के अंतराल में देखने को मिला। No doubt it was your energy, sir, and the way how you treated every project as your child that made us this entire journey so beautiful. We know that how much hard work and challenges you might have faced, but आपके इस अंदाज की वजह से हमें ये प्रोजेक्ट बहुत आसानी से देखते हुए मिला। As it was well said by architect Ludwig Mies van der Rohe once, that God is in details, and it was beautifully shown with very small example that how a small gutter, if not being taken care, can actually question your inefficiency. So now next time, whenever we will be visiting airports or let's say a railway station, we'll definitely have a different perspective, as we got an opportunity to witness your vision. And अगली बार अगर एयरलाइंस ने हमारी फ्लाइट्स डिले भी की तो हमें कोई परेशानी नहीं होगी, क्योंकि we have a lot of biophilic design at our airports and will enjoy that. So I would also like to add that being interested in biophilic architecture, I really enjoyed the entire session. And it's not only biophilic architecture, you have incorporated a lot of elements, may it be innovation, sustainability, and very most important question that usually our students have, and they are in a dilemma, to prioritize form over function. But this was a very beautiful example that how can you actually balance form, function both without compromising each other. No doubt that your designs have remarkable contributions, and that's why celebrities are posting photos of airports and being surprised that it is of our country only, as it is of that international level, yet having the Indian history values intact. So sir, thank you so much. I would like to share that I have a status, like WhatsApp status, which says that when creative minds and imaginative hearts together, they create a world which is more sustainable and incredible. ये तो मैंने ऐसे दिन लिख दिया था खुद को सेल्फ मोटिवेट करने के लिए, बट आज मैंने बहुत खूबसूरती से उसको साक्षात होते हुए देखा है. So thank you so much sir, and I'm sure everyone would agree that हम और पंगा लेंगे. हालांकि एक उम्र गुजर जाएगी हमारी उस मुकाम तक पहुंचने के लिए, बट आज एक उम्मीद जागी है और एक हमारी कल्पनाओं को आज किसी ने उड़ान भरी है. So thank you so much sir. Presentation, I would now continue our journey, and I take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker of the day, Architect Nitin Kilawala. Architect Nitin Kilawala, an esteemed architect and partner at Group 7 Architects and Planners Private Limited, is renowned for his noteworthy projects, including top research centers for Zandos, Glenmark, Getz, Piramal, and Nectar. His distinguished career has earned him national level awards from the Indian Institute of Architects and the Institute of Interior Designers. Sir has received accolades such as the Excellence in Architecture Award and JK Commendation Award. As a past president of the Indian Interior Designers, he continues to shape the industry. He is a former academic council member of School of Interior Design, CEFT University, Ahmedabad. Former Academic Council member of Kamla Raheja Vidyanidhi Institute of Architecture and Environmental Studies. Former Managing Committee member, JVPD Association, Juhu, Mumbai. Beyond his architectural accomplishment, Sir actively contributes to initiatives such as the Integrated Transport Plan for Mumbai and the revitalization of public spaces like the pedestrian subway at Dobi Talao Junction. His advocacy for inclusive design highlights his belief that design benefits should reach the masses, addressing issues like slum housing alongside new infrastructure projects, steering clear of speculative real estate development. So I request sir to please graciously impart your extensive experience with us.
morning, good afternoon now perhaps. And after PowerPoint presentation from Charanjit Singh, actually, it's like this, we are used to scales. So when you design a large layout or site plan or even city, you draw that plan on 1 to 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. So what we saw was that huge, mega scale. Now I'll be showing something on a smaller scale, maybe 1:100, 1:50. And our argument, our belief in using steel continues. So, I'll start with some of the projects where we have used steel. And I must confess that on many occasions, we tried to use or promote steel because it had fantastic advantages. And by now we all know about the advantages of using steel. Not only its lightness, its time saving, and in today's time it is also not creating so much of dust and pollution while construction. And you can do wonders. So we got an opportunity to design an auditorium complex for Infosys in Mysore. So here the requirement of that time Mr. Narayan Murthy was at the helm of affairs. And like you also must have been doing iconically. So for him, iconic was, you must have seen this dome somewhere, geodesic dome. The dome is a must, but actually it is a complex for 4 auditoriums, 3 smaller auditoriums and 1 very large, almost 1100-seater on top. So it's something very funny that auditoriums basically take walls, and what does this geodesic dome, will do for them? Normally it is used for creating large volumes of space, but here large volumes of space are already completed. You can see this plans, the 3 auditoriums at lower level and 1 large at the top level. So we took up this as a challenge. Okay, we'll use this steel dome, executed beautifully by Sky Dome from Bangalore. So what we did was, you can see this little red line. It is, curved white ACP sheets. So whatever reflection, from morning to afternoon to evening, it creates a fantastic drama on these surfaces. So while it was under construction, at least on the top floor, above the main auditorium, we could have a large volume. So this was during the time of construction. So while dome was being constructed, we also constructed this auditorium at lower levels. And this is how this very fragile, thin frames, like space frames, that was being taking shape. And this is what I meant, that when sun travels, so what happens around this auditorium is all circulation spaces, staircases, then cloakrooms, concession counters, etc. And we used typical mosaic floor, mainly picked up from Peacock, just to show that it has very Indianness in that sense, as far as the flooring is concerned. So we had use of blues and purples, and this is how the space look. So even if the dome is sort of covered for a dead wall, it can create some kind of interest. So these are small interventions to exploit the advantages of using steel. And once this is done, then everything follows, whether it is staircases, railings, signages, lighting, everything follows the same language. But the best part is you have a very soft curved white surfaces, and that gives a totally different kind of pattern throughout the day and even in the evening when lights are inside. Another very, very small intervention where this was an existing farmhouse and we wanted to just have one additional roof. Not a treetop house, but something which is elevated. So this structure is very 5 by 5 meter, 4 columns, constructed in a factory in Bombay and transported to this site, which is not too far from Bombay. And within 1 week, entire structure was completed. So while creating this, then we created a small bridge. Very, very, very basic. This is like interior details, but then it can be similar thought process could be done on much, much larger scale. And it can be, what you see, these black members, they are steel tubes, square pipes actually, and covered with polystyrene for insulation. So it is slightly finished from inside, but otherwise it's a very rough and tough kind of space. Even the details of beds, the side tables, the lighting, everything is done in steel. And I'm not exaggerating, but in about 15 days time, work on site was completed. So there is one more advantage, that steel saves a lot of time. Another advantage of steel is you don't go wrong in workmanship. And workmanship is something very, very important. Not just for steel, but for any material which you specify. So if I have to even erect a column which is not in plan, it's not possible. Whereas in RCC, shuttering can go somewhere wrong. There could be some bulges. Here it is all factory made and it's all straight line. Again, similar thought process. This is again weekend house in Pauna, highly contoured site, where even to take a truckload of sand or even water tanker, they would reduce the volume. So what we did is this plan is something like a garage. You have 3-side wall, roof, and one side is open. So where it is open, natural there is a view. And these are simple load-bearing walls, but the roof is made out of black sheet. Just like this. So that's very simple 3-side walls. Now to create little interest, instead of rectangle, garage is a rectangle. So here it is trapezium plan and trapezium section as well because of roof. So one side very simple into roof. And these are exposed deck sheets which is insulated from top and covered with dormer tiles. Even the furniture is also made out of steel. There is 4-post bed, and the same, thought process continues. Even the lighting follows the purlins, and to me it is like industrial structural aesthetics. So when you use word industrial, that means something very mega, something very rough and tough. But here, even steel can have that kind of delicacy. Now, this was a project for research center in Ahmedabad. It's a conventional structural system. But in the atrium, all of a sudden, there was a need to connect 2 wings of this building. So we just created these bridges. Now, this bridge is nothing but trusses. And at 1 meter from top of the truss, we have to put checkered plate. So that truss itself became a railing. And that is how it is. So again, it creates now once you have done this, then you place maybe in a staggered manner. Maybe you have again lighting incorporating with that. And then it's a different layer of spaces. Even the top is also kept open or exposed steel frame. And this is a simpler version of converting a atrium. again, talking about interiors, this is yet another research center where all the labs are on the periphery, and in the middle is all light up areas where the scientists work. So what you see this pencil like columns, there are steel columns, about 9-inch diameter, probably less than that. Again made in factory, highly finished with blue wood, and the top slab is in deck slab. Even the screening, instead of using glass, we have used perforated sheet. So again, you try to create different kind of aesthetic feel. And then, as I mentioned, that if you have good workmanship, whether it is for flooring, for painting, for steel itself, and then even nice, light penetrated through this tensile roof, it creates a very interesting space then. Now, we are going slightly on larger scale. So this is a building for SP Genful Management in Bombay, where there are two distinct wings. These two towers which you see is nothing but lift block. And in the middle, we have auditorium. So this span is about 25 meters between the two wings, where auditorium sits. And then top of the auditorium was used as interactive spaces for all these classrooms and lab units. Now again, when work was going on, they thought of having a large cafeteria. They already had one cafeteria at ground level, but what we thought that if it is at intermediate level, then it can be used by everyone, and that also gives some kind of opportunity to get totally different kind of meaning to this terrace as well as cafeteria. So this is very direct. The advantage, again, long span, very slick design, slick sort of sections, and this is how the basic structure is there. The lab example is here itself. You can see these are also structural beams in the back, which is done in RCC. These are all done in RCC. Now this span is perhaps same or slightly wider than this hall, but these are the type of sections which you get. So this is where then one more bridge we created to connect between the two wings. So this is that cafeteria. And then again, you are not used to this kind of spaces where large trusses are there in your cafeteria or in your campuses. But then it gives again totally different feel. There was no fall ceiling done even for the deck sheet. We painted in light colors, and you can see the volume. It's a beautiful large volume. Now I come to a full-fledged steel structure. What was shown was in bits and pieces intervention of steel. This is the house. In fact, this is my own house, and it's a very small piece of land of about 500 square meters in Bombay. So my typical floor plate after leaving marginal open spaces, you get 10 meter by 17 meters. It's a rectangular box. So analogy could be something like chest of drawers, where you have 4 legs and series of drawers. So in this case also there are 4 legs, 10 meters by 17 meters, and the 6 floors are 6 drawers. So no columns in between. You get totally flexible planning, except for the, of course, limitation of staircase and lift, which is constant. Now this structure was constructed or sort of manufactured in Silvassa, which is about 150 kilometers from Bombay. And like such, mentioned that how to use steel plate has come in. So these I-beams are not ready-made I-beams, they are plates. So on lower floors, there are 19 mm plates. As you go up, maybe it is becoming 15 mm and 12 mm. And the columns which you see is only 450 diameter, 19 mm thick plate, which is helically built. So our trailers are say about 12 meters long. So we did entire structure in shift of like 2 shifts. First 10 meter and then another 10 meter. And basic structure was completed. So whatever you are seeing this picture, which is entire steel structure with the deck sheets, we finished in less than 3 months from the plinth. Now, when we say, somebody was mentioning about the cost. Yes, cost may be, if you compare, 1-to-1 with RCC, it may be 10 to 12% higher. But then here, it is really saving of time. And if you value time as money, then this is the answer. You can do in a very small plot, and I must give credit to our crane and hydra operators also, that without damaging any trees or even neighbors, movements, etc., we could finish this. So just to give you an idea of what sort of flow plates you can get, you can see these 4 rounds, 4 columns. It is the only structural member, structural columns, and then there are very simple grid of 4 meter to 4.5 meters. And inside walls are all more or less dry walls. Sometimes dry walls, sometimes even divided with furniture, sometimes divided with some glass partition, so on and so forth. So here we did this deck shed starting from top down. Normally we have slabs, first you cast ground floor, first floor, second floor, like that. It is the other way around because of tight lock, and hydra was installed in the staircase space. The staircase also done at the end of the project with steel. So this is how you get the feel. Now the basic structure is, you saw the isometric, very simple, it's like a box. But how you articulate with your openings, with some of the functional needs. Somewhere there could be table, somewhere there could be even wooden windows or wooden windows encased in steel frame, railings, use of aluminum, wood. It's a complete, mix-up of different materials, different functions, but exposing steel. Like we are used to expose steel structure and expose concrete structures as opposed bricks, expose stones. So why not expose steel? And you may see perhaps this detail of helically welded, which gives more strength and much better finish. And then of course masonry is done in rock masonry. But this is what we did. It's actually, if you do detail of a table or a desk, it is that sort of detail, where this is the typical corner detail in plan, where this slab is slightly jutting out, which you can see it in the section. And this junction is very important in steel structure, because you are dealing with steel, then you are dealing with bricks or concrete, blocks, plaster, etc. And then of course, water seepage issues and all those. So all that has been very simply worked out. We did one mock-up and then it was carried forward. Now when you want to have somewhere double line, So for RCC again you have to do staging and double shuttering, etc. Here you just don't put texture, that's it. And all your structural frame continues. Even the junction with the windows, with the walls, now this is the section of how even false ceiling or the lighting is sort of detailed out, incorporating windows, incorporating curtain of blind panels, indirect lighting, and of course then colors etc. will automatically follow. So this is particular detail at every window intersections with steel, aluminum windows, and wherever there is little false ceiling. Staircase detail. Now this staircase you do not see steel, it is only 1.5 feet square pipes and it is covered with wood. When you walk barefoot in the house, wood has a better feel. So one is a duplex, other one is a triplex, and this is how it goes. They are simple 1.5 feet square pipes. Even to have a skyline, it's very easy to deal when you deal with steel. Even if the slab next sheet is laid, you thought of having some kind of skylight, you can still do it as possible. Even furniture, kitchen for that matter, the undercarriage is totally done in tubular frame. I'm just showing these sketches. These are the sketches which were developed into details and then details into execution. Pipe shafts. Everything is done in steel. Railings of different types as per the need, as per the view. And then when this was coming up at 4th level, we thought that we are almost on the top of the tree. And we have just beautiful pictofilm trees all along the road. So this is a deck which juts out and sits like this on the 4th floor. Again, that was done in factory and one fine morning we just built it. So after this was done, this is a similar program, similar requirement, similar plot size in Chennai. And this work is under construction. And here we have become slightly wiser. Because the structural consultant, this is we are fortunate to have Mr. Manjunath. He is from Bangalore. He is a champ in steel structures. So we almost reduced steel quantity to maybe 25 to 30%. So this is these are not circular columns. They are like I-beams. Statues are all I-sections. So almost similar flow criteria. But what I'm trying to show is a lot of flexibility which is there in this kind of structures. So this was the device which he suggested. These are actually structural drawings, where I-beam also has some kind of a web where you can insert a chaja if required, or cantilevered slab. You can sunk the slab for toilets if necessary. And if there is a double head, then of course you don't have big sheets there. So this is how my basic structure looks. And this is being now executed. We reached up to finishing of basic structure. Again, this is about 3 months work, 3 to 4 months work. Then joinery with these columns and blocks. So even now all these details will be coming over here. Even if you want variable heights in floors, in this case one floor is 3 meter, other floor is 3.5 meter. So it's very easy to deal with steel than conventional RCC structures. And going one step further, like I showed you earlier, that house in Pauna. These are also very highly contoured site and not a very large projects. These are typical weekend houses around Bombay. So structures are at the most ground floor, ground plus one. So what we have done over here is, so this is the intent, and these clients, they don't want to have a look of the steel. They said, okay, we'll not have a look of the steel, but as you mentioned that it is inserted within the structure. So this is how the structure is being made. Again, this is made in Hyderabad somewhere, and it will be shipped to New Bombay. These are all pipes. The verticals are about 8 inch square, and then there are various sizes for beams and for this inclined roof slabs. Okay, now this segment I will talk a little differently. How, since when steel has got a lot of advantages, but why people don't like steel? Because we have never respected how to use the steel, especially in all our public spaces, public areas, barring of course airports and some of those special projects. But most of the projects, if you see all across major cities in India, steel is actually abused. And because steel, everything is possible, it can be done whatever you say. So this is a very important intersection in Bombay and Kanpur. In fact, this building which you see is the Saifi Hospital, which has got all sorts of green ratings. But just outside that hospital, not even 5 feet away, is this footover bridge. And look at how steel is actually overused, or rather misused. And then I was talking about workmanship, I was also talking about maintenance. So all this is actually reflected here, and this becomes an ISO. Not that they have cut corners, in fact they have used more than what is required, but this is how it is. Bombay is also full of skywalks. In the last 10 years, we have seen, so these are some of the slides I am showing from Bombay only. Metro bridges. Now there was some dispute with this existing structure, but elevated metro, they were hell-bent, MMR did to take it on that route. So they just constructed this bridge. Then if the commissioner likes pink color, he will use pink. If he likes blue, he will use blue. Then somewhere there is a different stance, a different structural system for that. So this is also one has to be vigilant, and I think as architects we can contribute a lot. When you talk of this kind of structure, what we are actually designing is maybe apart from basic planning, the route which is already determined, but then how you take the support, the staircases, the railings, the toilets if there are any around that. So rude awakening for city planners as they realize 3 skywalks will have to be demolished. Now all these skywalks were constructed just 8 years, 10 years ago, and many of them are in shambles, either not utilized or being demolished. So next to your building, this is what it is. Now this is possible because it is in steel. If it was RCC, it wouldn't be possible at all. Everything is done in steel. And this is a classic example where, in L1 tender, they have certain fixed parameters that you have this much fit, this is the height, and this kind of roofing. So in this case, it was polycarbonate roof. So even if the skywalk goes under a large road bridge, it had this polycarbonate cover. Totally haphazard. And when you have this kind of structure on day one, it's very difficult to maintain also. So instead of structural aesthetics, this is just the other way around. So all these skywalks are now abandoned. first is, this was the skywalk, where there was a very tough fight with the local authorities. And in fact, these are all rare trees. We all have grown with this kind of trees which are 50, 60, 80 years old. In their affidavit, they said we are not going to cut a single tree. I mean, we are not going to uproot a single tree, but we'll cut out trim. So this is what they have done while work was going on. You can see this branch is cut here and there. It's like this. I am not killing you, but I will chop off your head, I will chop off your leg. And these are the recent pictures. Now the skywalk is completed. And this is what it is. So, how to use material to its best potential is also very, very important. And then, of course, just to make things a little lighter, there's some traffic islands which was designed in simple interventions, and all in steel. See, traffic islands, solar surcharges, all these places are always at important intersections where you have to see them, you have to pass by. So if it is done properly, people would always appreciate it. Or a small pavilion in a garden. This is also about 5 meter, it's like Ulta Tower, steel plate. And that's about my presentation, how to use steel, maybe a smaller interventions, but it can go a long way.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering an insightful and eye-opening discussion. You have beautifully justified that how challenges can actually become an opportunity. As it was a very simple, we have started with different forms, like we have already been asked, we have always been asked to think out of the box. Then how an unusual geometrical shapes can be intervened, can be incorporated in your design, and how a very simple design, just like a garage design, can be so interactive. I've never seen an interactive design inspired by garage to be precisely so beautiful. We have seen projects of various typologies, ranging from small to high scale, residential, institutional, commercial, interior projects, and also product design. The hero of this presentation, I must say, was your own house. The architects always design new projects, having a pressure, having a self-motivation that it has to be better from the previous one. When it comes about our own residence, the association is altogether a different one. When we saw the first image of the concept being a wardrobe, I'm sure everyone might have been thinking that how this could be a concept for a house, a building which needs more of an interaction with the surrounding, with the nature. But I'm sure later at the stage, as you have seen the exploration, the voids, the incorporation of the simple yet beautiful elements incorporated in the design, you might have seen how beautiful a simple idea can be incorporated. However, I have already witnessed this design on our Buildo-5, but it was my opportunity to witness this in person. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm sure that in our upcoming architectural design studios, students would definitely see the furniture pieces in a different perspective from now onwards. And we never know, we will have such more designs in architectural studio. Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful and eye-opening discussion. I'm confident that everyone has been captivated by 2 enlightening sessions, likely prompting numerous questions and desires for deeper exploration. However, we will now take a lunch break and we'll resume our journey by 2 p.m. precisely. And I kindly request our convener and coordinators to accompany our esteemed guests for lunch. Additionally, I ask all the students while proceeding with the arranged lunch, please drop your questions or feedbacks to the dedicated desk placed in the corridor. Thank you and energy and high spirits in Jakarta. We'll continue with our first session. I request everyone, please maintain silence as we are heading ahead towards our third interesting session of the day. For which I would like to introduce architect Doris Chowsey. Architect Doris Chowsey has been associated with CCBA Designs, formerly known as Christopher Charles Berenguer Architects, since 1999 and currently is Architecture Director of CCBA, which is a world-renowned award-winning multidisciplinary design firm providing comprehensive architecture, urban design, master planning, services, and has accomplished projects like Thimphu Town Planning, Bhutan Foundation Center, CEPT, Azim Premji University, Bengaluru, Bajaj Institute of Technology, Varna, Mahindra United World College, YMCA International Campsite, IIM Calcutta, Life Care Hospital, to name a few. Architect Doris has worked on the site, complete gamut of projects in the studio, ranging from residential, hospitality, commercial, corporate, and educational. Sir is involved from the design development stage to construction and post-occupation interaction and handing over. It is a proud moment to share that he was selected in the 50 Next Generation Architects by Architects and Interior Magazine IGN Design Forum 2015. Architect Darius Chowsey, as a mentor, has taught and trained several hundred young architects. With decades of mentorship, he has cultivated a cadre of exceptional architects in the country. And today, we seize the opportunity to glean insights from his extensive expertise in academia and industry. So, I kindly request you to share your valuable knowledge with us.
Steel is what we are sort of experimenting. We're going to discuss about today. Steel as a material, Scotland. Okay, pun intended on that. It is how, anyway, it's a very recent material. We've been using different types of material. Stone was obviously the first material that came with wood. There's a lot of work in concrete. Steel came essentially in the Industrial Revolution. So these are the types of structures you could see, say about 500, 600 years ago. They had different limitations in terms of how they could be used, how the forms were, spaces, scales, all of that was limited. But there was a very clear geometry. Then steel came, suddenly scale completely changed. You could completely build something which is spanning in meters, hundreds of feet plus. There's Crystal Palace, which was one of the most articulately designed steel buildings. Unfortunately, it's not out there. Spans could be done, bridges. It's a complete new vocabulary opened up. And these buildings have lasted time. They're at least 150, 200 years old. They're still up. And understand, you can see how the scale of planning is. How much percentage of the entire area was taken by walls and structure, and how once steel comes into construction, others change forms. There's no limit to steel. Any way you want. It's like concrete, but there are certain limitations to concrete. Steel doesn't have those limitations, and that is how steel can be worked out. And suddenly, then you go into the detailing part. As Mies said, about 100 years ago, that God is in the detail, and steel is one of these elements that can do it. So, what I normally say in studio when we teach is we work a lot in concrete. We do our buildings are essentially poetry in concrete. That's how we explain it. But in steel, it is a symphony in steel. Steel has got multiple elements that come together and they join together and they create a very interesting atmosphere and they can do wonders. So I'll just take you through the ages, how we in CCB have experimented with steel. We started experimenting very early on in the early 2000s with using steel a little differently. So this was a project which we completed in 2002. There we used steel as a canopy. It was quite innovative in design pattern. So stainless steel used in that case. These sort of small canopies, they also serve as rain catchers. And the central pipe is hollow. And that's how we started experimenting. There's a fabric there. Unfortunately, Ferrari and similar fabrics hadn't come into the market at that time, about 20 years ago. So we used sort of PVC coated fabrics, which they still are there after 20 years. And they withstood the test of time. The structure is still there. And it was sort of a breakaway form. We didn't want to create a huge mass in front of it. Sort of using it to break down the scale and to give a little dynamic effect at the end. This was another structure that we did in one of our small projects we've done, a YMCA campsite in Sheba, again completed 20 years or so. The main aim was to have a large, clear structure. No problems. The space was about 40 feet by 50 feet. This one load-bearing structure, load-bearing walls. In RCCB, we wanted a structure that sort of. So essentially, it's a composite of steel. As you can see, there is no column that sort of supports, just a suspended column in this entire space. A fabric. And these structures withstand the test of time. So this was how this was like cables. That's another aspect of how steel can be used in structure. Fabric and a floating column that was sort of hanging in center. This project we did about in 2004, 2005. It was a client, we were designing a shipping institute for him. And as a client, he came and he said he wanted something unique. He wanted to design a workshop. And he wanted the workshop to be light, airy, but no artificial ventilation. And he also wanted us to start integrating solar panels. This was one of the first projects where VIP solar panels were used. 2005. Each panel was giving us nearly 30 watts. Today with these same panels, we are replacing them after 20 years and we are getting 10 times the amount of power. So this entire wall was made in solar panels, you can see. So there was a mixture of both BIPV integrated panels, they act as charges and they let it light. And there are solid solar panels. So this wall is about 90 meters long. The building was 13 meters high. A grid of 6 meters. Lightweight steel. This was the first experimentation with steel where we started using elements, different elements. We started designing elements. We did not use factory off the shelf. We didn't go for PVC structures. We wanted to design. And we started detailing on the structures. How the truss would be, how the pipes would be, how the joinery would be. Today these details are more or less standard even in the Indian context. But when we started working on it, it was very difficult. We had Shapaji as a contractor who sort of had the expertise to do execution in this field. But there were very few designers also who were willing to experiment and willing to design for steel. This was a structure which sort of we got a very lightweight structure. We managed to complete it in 3 months completely after the foundations were done. And there was a lot of learnings. This was what we call as our R&D project. The clients still tell us that we got the R&D in mind, but we learned a lot how steel is and how it sort of works out. So this is the sort of the cross section of that. It was south-facing wall, which was a completely solar wall. The north-facing wall, which was looking over the hills, and that was the glass wall. Physically lightweight structures, 3D structure on top, and boat trusses for we did it in lesser cost than concrete at that time. That we found out much later, and we did it in 3 months. So we started in February and June the building was occupied. We recently had to change the roof because at that time we used to not get self-tapping roofs and standing seams. So now we've done the roof and also standing seams from J. Bolt Institute insulated roof. So this is the amount of detailing that comes along with steel. You have to sort of learn how to do it, you have to handle the material correctly, you have to understand the vacancies of it. Each material has got its own strengths and weaknesses. Steel has certain weaknesses. The main primary weakness we face in most of our projects is fire safety. And there are paints and all that take care of it, but it's very expensive. So certain places we sort of have to restrict the usage of steel, but otherwise steel is as versatile, as movable as concrete. This is just an exploded isometric of how the different elements sort of sit together and create this structure. This was a bridge that we done in the IIM campus. We done the master plan for it, we done the phase 2 expansion. And IIM Calcutta, if you know, is a system of islands and water bodies. And part of that was sort of linking these water bodies together, so we made this bridge in steel. Unfortunately, at that time, we couldn't get this quality of steel in India. We had to import it in 2009, 2010. And that was one of the first times we interacted with INSTAC, sort of they did the proof checking for this structure. They call it the Howrah Bridge, but it is very far from Howrah, about 40 kilometers away. The test of it was when one of the students, as part of their ragging exercises, drove a car over it. Again, when we got that photo, we were just quite scared, but it still survived this factor. And for the first time, we used PU coated paints in this structure. Sort of lengthens the time which you have to paint. Because painting is the only problem with steel. And in a wet and climate where corrosion is also quite painting. So this bridge was done around 2008, 2009. It's still used. It links up the academic part of the campus and the residential part of the campus. That is how it was integrated into the settings. The campus is a very beautiful one in terms of the natural environments, and it's sort of enhanced it and made it a little bit more interesting in terms of how the water bodies work. So these are the details that we had to sort of experimentally create. So it's a mix of welding and riveting. Though in future projects we sort of using more of landers because wells sort of have a small restriction in terms of their lifespans. So this is how the details work out and how the joinery of it is. You understand the scale. This pipe is 300, 325 mm diameter. So it's not that easy to do it, and for a bridge it's still difficult. This is how sort of we work out the section. This was the dimension of the bridge. It's about 30-35 meters long. We also done these trusses. We didn't use a boat truss in this section. This is in the attachment area of the corridors. So facing to that, there were these glass walls that look into the central open space, the courtyard. And these walls were more or less fabricated using plates which were joined together to create the facade for this entire structure. This was another institute that we've done. Primarily, CCBA started with working on institutes. We are now experimenting in different areas, but institutes is our forte, and we've built quite a few institutes in the last 25 years. So this was the first Institute of Advanced Management Studies nearby to Pune, about 45 minutes from the city center. You can see the hills behind, and this space was a multifunction space, something like what you were creating down, where they wanted it as a high-scale dining for about 200 to 50 people. They wanted it as a seminar hall. They wanted it as a gathering space. So it was a part of the complex, and it was, the roofs were completely done in steel. Steel was used here for two reasons. One, we sort of had to complete it earlier also, but also the profiles mimic the profile of the mountains and the Western Ghats. So it's quite interesting, and we wanted, it allowed us a play of light and shadow that we could get, and rainbows in the audience. How the space is. We haven't hidden the elements we sort of present beam. Obviously, at that time, then you have to design them, you have to work on them, you have to ensure that all the details are correct, because there's not going to be any false ceiling to hide any mistake if there is one. And so this space is about 40 meters long and about 33, 34 meters long. But again, it was a double pitch roof so that we get filtered natural light at the same time. So there is a very healthy mix of concrete, a very healthy mix of steel, because you have to use the best of both the worlds. Both these materials gives us huge advantages. This is one of the smaller halls, dining halls. Again, a different hip roof. In certain areas, these roofs were also used to hide the air conditioning units. But most of the areas are non-air conditioned. The profile of the roofs was still different. And what we realized, this was the sort of the executive guest house and covering the central area. The first time we used steel in a large, it was our first industrial project also, where we started going, we never used to do industrial, and the client came to us saying that I want to do a campus, I don't want to do an industrial park. And that's how we started experimenting. We started doing steel, we are in phase 5 of this project right now. We are doing about 5-6 different sites with the same client. We started with one building which was sort of, they manufacture boilers. They are experts in steel in the country. And for steam, one of the main originators of steam is boilers. So they had this huge volume that they wanted. They wanted 30 meters clear space. They wanted 27 meter spans. A building which is about 120 meters by 120 meters in size, besides offices and all. So steel was obviously the answer. But we had to, for us it was a new vocabulary to create in terms of design, in terms of elements, in terms of materials. We started working on different facets of it. You can see how the building has got a 3D truss. We didn't go for PV structure. That was one of the decisions we have done with the client, that we will be designing on these elements. And we would go for PV, we'll be working on them. And it took us about 6 months of designing to come up to it. But within the next 6 months, we could sort of fabricate and create a structure. So we have a south side wall, which is entirely glass with a jali in front. We let it light into this entire 100 meter volume. On the north side, it's an RCC structure, G+1, where the office is. So this total height inside is about 17 meters. And we've got ducts for fresh air and ventilation. The rolling shutter, each rolling shutter is about 8 meters high. So they were also huge in scale. And it was a brick that was meant to be both flexible for them in terms of how they would work out. This is the scale of the building, this is the completion, this is the south facade of it. So it's glass, and we've used a lot of glass. And we've treated it well. We've got these huge overhangs, we've got jali that sort of filters the light in. This entire space, 100 meters deep, is naturally lit. So you've got skylights on top and this south wall which lets it in. That's the scale of each truss which was there. So that is the main, how big the boiler is and how the structures are built out. The main issue is how you integrate anything into the structure. We did durable lightness. So we had we started designing the columns. That was one of the first things we went for abundant steel columns, how it would work. We tried out we done a lot of options, and then a derivative was worked out where we would have MEP structure sort of going through it, linking that 6 meters high. We also worked on the combinations, the top level, how the cranes would work, how the truss would sit on it. So one has to understand that it's not as simple as an RCC column. Just come, okay, it's a 300 by 450 column. You have to work out on the details. And that is where the fun lies. That is where you can experiment, where you can do something different, where you can work on scale, you can save money by using less material. But that study that you go through, it's time consuming, it's a lot of hard work, you need a lot of patience to go through and sit through that. And that's how it works out. And then the final, some of the sketches that Christopher had done at that time, how he wanted the scales to work out. And then the structural engineer would say, this size will work, we have to change the scale. And it was a give and take. So the final column that we came up with. So it was a composite of plates, so we had a truss in between, resting on the roof. This is again IIT Hyderabad, we are doing a few academic projects. They are RCC projects. But essentially there's a street that sort of links and goes through this entire space. About 12 meters wide, 15 meters wide the space where you can have this system of bridges linking it up. Some of them are at the same level, some of them are at different levels. And they link up this department, so they sort of create this space in between. This building's currently getting completed. And these are the bridges. Obviously, the contractor here has a lot of issues in terms of levels, and detailing didn't work out the way it was planned. And that is another thing. He didn't factor in how he would lift it up and put it. It was the same contractor, Shapoji here also, but a different team. And the team didn't work out how he would lift the bridge and put up. So there was a lot of extra plates done in the end to sort of just manage the lifting up of the bridge. So design concept versus actual building. So the integration of the bridge base into the bracket beam bracket. So on one side it just rests on the bracket, and the other side is fixed in the wall. This allows for expansion, contraction movement. Because steel has different rates of expansion and contraction compared to concrete. And that is something which is very important, which we have to factor when we sort of integrate these two structures together. This was a building we done about 10 years ago. Steel is the main structure, the roofs are partially steel. And there are these large skyports which sort of link the basement to the open. They are open in front. The advantage of this is obviously you get landscape into the building, into the atriums also. But they also serve as heat vents. This glass structure heats up, and it pulls out the air from the basement. This was a building which was the largest building to get both TERI 5-star and LEED platinum rating when it was completed. And it worked a lot on passive systems of design and integration. This is in Varga, where we've sort of done these workshop for the engineering college. Again, lightweight steel structure, 3D truss with skylights into it. Unfortunately, we have to fabricate all of this in Pune. Fabricate it, cut it up, again take it to Varda and join it together. Because bending of steel is not available in all places. And also, not all contractors besides structural designers are well versed in making steel respecting steel and working with it. Because one has to understand that concrete mason cannot work on steel. And that is some of the mistakes that we do when we give the normal concrete contractors that do execute this in steel. So there's a steel jali on one facade and completely column-free structure. one of our associates measuring out the steel, checking it in the workshop in beginning, and then before it is sort of shifted to this building was a retrofit. So steel was also being used a lot in retrofit. We are working with CUT for about 20 years now, College of Engineering in Pune, where we started with master plan B2. And now due to paucity of space, we've made these, we are retrofitting the old buildings. We're keeping the facade the same, and we're completely retrofitting them. So this is how the building was earlier. A single level, triple height, north line structure. We made it into a G+2 structure, completely in steel, deck slab, and skylight. So this hall, which was entirely on the ground floor, we sort of transported up to the second floor. And we're creating 2 more levels. This is all steel. Whatever you see on the right is all steel. The columns are steel plates, deck slab, steel truss. This is another building that we did for them. It's a hospital. It's a canteen. This facade was going to have solar cells. Unfortunately, no one has donated them till now. But sort of integrated the trees which are there, and getting this canteen with this lightweight structure. So steel is fun. Steel is very interesting to work on it, and you can experiment a lot. So all these details that you see, though they work from project to project, there's always a little bit of change in it. Something we try to innovate, something we try to create in it. This is another workshop that we've done for in Vellore for NDTF. It's a technical training thing, and they wanted a large workshop. It's 36 meters in diameter, column free. It's completely done in trusses. There are these, and even the center is completely just resting on it. This is a building from outside. And this is how it looks inside. So it's all done in metal. The base is complete. The roof is completely metal. A skylight in the center, and skylights on the webs of all the 3D trusses. The detailing of the trusses is much different here than the trusses which we've done in other places also, because each one wants its own articulation and language of expression. This is another retrofit that we are doing to the Forbes Marshall headquarters in Pune. That was the building on the left that we sort of took it over. And this is how it is after it's completed. Completely new facade using the same structures inside. Completely it's revamping it from what it was. This building had got ferrocrete structure, it's got RCC, it's got steel. Everything is mix and match, built over the last 80 years. And we sort of completely keeping the structure the same, adding on to it in certain areas where it was used. The steel can be used for retrofitting. Concrete, you cannot retrofit a structure and use it. This is how it was, how we started working on it, and how we finally created this building. This is the space from inside. Some of the bays are in concrete, some of the bays are in steel. This using it neatly. This truss was existing. We just sort of cleaned it up and made it a little bit more stronger. On the right side is again CCP, and on the left side is a completely new facade that we added with the steel. Another way of using steel is staircases, lightweight, practical. This staircase is with fire range. So it is rated for 2.5 hours of fire range. through our work, what we try to do is we try to explore the material that we work with. We work with restricted materials. But steel is something that we've been using more and more now. It helps a lot in large scale, that's what Charles explained earlier. And it's something that gives a lot of fun. And as you can see, what we've created is something it lasts for at least 100 years we've been planning. Concrete is another structure, but concrete we're not sure how long it lasts. Steel does last for at least 100 years plus.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wealth of knowledge and insights that have added tremendous value to our understanding of steel structures. It was our privilege to eyewitness a timeline of steel as in its inclusion in today's modern innovation as well. It definitely has limitless possibilities, as you have mentioned. Steel is fun. It starts from structural steel. Could be used in facade for the roof to enhance skylights, or it can also be used as staircase for vertical circulation and to enhance the beauty also. There were two projects, that is YMCA and Mahindra College, which were one of my case studies during my academic career during bachelor's back in 2013 and 14. And today, seeing them and witnessing it through your perspective, it was definitely my opportunity. And I'm sure there are several other students who might have opted for different case studies as institution being your footing. We have also seen that steel does not only gives us structural stability or enhance aesthetical beauty, it also gives a provision to move towards sustainability. As the timeline we have understood and the age we have understood that stays for more than 100 years, it also allows to incorporate active architectural elements like solar panels in it very easily. And with this, we have understood in the previous lecture also that time is money, so we cannot always compare material with its economical value, but I need to understand the time and energy being required in the execution process. There was one element that you mentioned with the drawback or the challenge what we have in steel, and that is fire safety. But I look at it in a way that this gives us a research opportunity, and maybe in future we'll work towards it and we will have more materials which would be fire retardant and will help steel to survive further. In the world of technological advancement, where steel, major industry draws towards active energy, to eyewitness a huge project with a passive incorporation was a wonderful experience to see. We have already seen limitless possibilities of steel as retrofitting material also. So thank you so much, sir, for letting us know the endless possibilities that steel have, and I am very confident that students here who have participated would enhance this journey further in their architectural studios. Thank you so much, sir. As the clock ticks, marking our journey through the day, we now arrive at the fourth session. It is my pleasure to introduce our next esteemed architect, Architect Habib Khan. Architect Habib Khan, a distinguished professional in the field of architecture, has garnered significant recognition throughout his illustration career. He is presently Chairman Board of Governor, SBA Delhi. He is a Principal Architect at Smita and Habib Khan Architects. He is a former President of the Council of Architecture and contributed to advisory boards like Archi Education MBA, University of Maryland, USA, and Symbiosis Skills University, Pune. The notable accolades include the JIIA Best Interior Design Awards 1998, IIA Young Architects Award, and the Orange City Achievement Award. In 2018, he was honored with the prestigious INTPAU Award for his exemplary promotion of traditional and vernacular architecture on a global scale. Demonstrating a passion for environmentally responsible architecture, Architect Habib Khan's approach seamlessly integrates tradition, climate, and context. In addition to his professional commitments, architect Habib Khan is actively engaged in academia, holding positions of director at PIADS Nagpur and LTIADS Mumbai. He also serves as professor emeritus at MSA JSAO Chennai. Beyond his architectural pursuits, Habib Khan showcases his versatility as an artist, expressing creativity through painting and poetry. His cultural contributions extends to writing songs for IIT NATCON, Design Yatra, and the IIS Entam. With an impressive legacy for accomplishments, architect Habib Khan continues to shape the architectural profession through innovative designs, a commitment to tradition, and a dedication to environmental responsibility. Today, we are privileged to have the opportunity to attend a session led by such a dynamic personality. I kindly request you, sir, to take the helm now.
Good afternoon, good evening, all of you. I have the privilege of speaking at the end, and there are certain privileges involved in it. The first privilege is that you know what others have spoken, so you can modify and alter and make it more interesting. Second advantage is that there is no limit of time. I can extend as much as I can, and you guys will be forced to sit. The drawback is that most of the speakers have spoken whatever I was supposed to speak of. But nevertheless, I'll show some projects which are totally different and very small in scale. I've learned from all the scholars that are here, contrary to how I look, I'm the youngest of them all. I have learned a lot from Christopher, and my daughter has trained under Darius. In 97, 98, Christopher was working on a project in Nagpur, and our studio was the largest at that time, 100 plus people. And he and Rahul Sathe used to come and use our studio for some, last minute drawing work or something, and I've learned many things from Christopher. When we were students, we used to see and get inspired, I won't say copy, but get inspired from Nitin Kilawala's interior projects and architectural projects, which were published at that time in Inside Outside. If you remember, there was a magazine called Inside Outside and A+D and things like that. And my friend Charanjit, I have not heard him for the first time, but every time you hear there's something new that you learn from him. And I'm honored that on one of the conceptual projects and designs that we have done for Varanasi Ropeway project, he is working on the detail, and I'm sure it will go to the next level, when it is finally executed. It is the first of its kind project where the ropeway system is being used as a mass transit system. So I was very apprehensive as to who will be the architect who will do the detailing and do the final project. But then when I came to know that Creative is doing it, I thought we were in safe hands. And I'm sure, sir, you will do an excellent job out of it. Thank you, Sanjeev, for giving me this opportunity to present my thoughts on steel in your school today. I know him since first standard school. We were together, and then we broke up after a long time. We met after a few decades, I guess, and we were surprised to find that we share the same passion. So the seeds which were sown probably when we were 5-year-old, nurtured 30 years later when we met again when he joined SPA and we were here for some project. And so I work in a very different vocabulary. I was a very purist traditionalist, very pure traditionalist, vernacular architecture, until I realized what steel was, until I realized what other materials were. And when you are young, when you start work, you struggle to survive. At least nowadays you get 15,000-20,000 as a fresher if you join an office. We used to get 1,000, 1,800 or something at that time. There was no money to pay petrol. There was no case of getting money for petrol because we used to cycle around. We had no money to buy a two-wheeler as well. So there's a lot of struggle. So when I came back from the US, we started working on interior projects, to experiment what your thought process is, what you do, and how you mature your thought process. Plus you get faster money because the projects are shorter and turnover time of a project is fast. Then when I was in the US, I got influenced by a couple of architects. One was Frank Lloyd Wright, of course. The other was Mies van der Rohe, studying in buildings designed by him at the IIT campus. You could see what minimalism was, what steel was, and what glass was, and what it did to these buildings. And then I had the fortune when I was working in the US for about a year and a half to work on a project by Hassan Fathy. I don't know if you know Hassan Fathy or if you've heard of Hassan Fathy. Egyptian architect who was a purist who revived Nubian wall and the mud and adobe construction techniques in the world. So I had a fortune to work on a project on a mosque which he designed in Albuquerque in New Mexico in the US. And that sealed my initial groundings and initial beliefs in architecture as to how and why architecture should be contextual. And not only it should be contextual architecturally, but engineering, structurally and everything. And it should give back to the local economy that you work for, local area that you work for. It should respect the climate, geography, geology, the political ambitions, the cultural ambitions, the people that you're building for. So that was my initial thought process. And I have spoken about it in many forums, to be precise 748 forums. And I had the opportunity repeating the same thing again and again, because as teachers we understand that the brightest student in the class will absorb about 60% of what you teach, and the dumbest and the slowest student will probably understand 20% of what is taught in a class. It's a general statistic that we teachers believe in. So I got the opportunity to speak about the same topic 748 times with a hope that at least someone will understand what I am talking of, someone will follow when you become architects as to what the philosophy of thought would be, what the thought process that I so passionately imbibe along with Sanjeev and so many other people. Dean is one of them, and so all of us. But then I came across steel 10 years ago. In 2011, I came across steel as a building material. I was totally anti. You're a rebel, khoon bahut garam hota hai when someone said, I think Charanjit was talking of, in our schools we teach students to become Howard Rocks of Fountainhead. Have you read Fountainhead? So if you read Fountainhead, the Howard Rocks, we produce Howard Rocks in our architectural institutions where we are full of air, full of ego and full of that hot-blooded architect. So, but reality is totally different when you start working in the field. You understand that you are a very small fry in the entire thing. Although you conceptualize, although you design and you work on your concepts, but there are so many other consultants and people who are working with you to realize the dream that you had worked on. And this is not taught in our architectural schools, and that was a problem with me also until I realized the importance of my co-consultants and of people and colleagues who worked with me on the sites. So I will start my presentation, and you can interact with me if you would want to in between, although we have a panel discussion I think after this. But you're most welcome to stop, ask questions, whatever it is. And this is a presentation I'm doing for the first time because Sanjeev told me that you have to do it and you have to tell how steel is used in vernacular architecture. Now that's a very tricky question because the thought process that I subscribe to is, which is contemporary vernacular, how you learn from the vernacular of a region, how do you learn from the contextuality of a region, of a culture, and then imbibe that, keeping in mind the time frame that you're building it to make it more contemporary. I gave a presentation about 8-9 years ago on steel in architecture, and there was a few slides, 1 or 2 slides, then when I started learning about steel, when I started understanding steel, I realized that steel is one of the most versatile and the most sustainable material that is available to you as an architect, as a person who works in this infrastructure field. So these are some slides which I will not go through in detail, but how iron was used, how steel was used, how it was used in India in the 3rd century BC, what happened in the 7th century BC. This is from a presentation from World Steel Organization. And how 100% wastewater recovery rate, whatever happens when you produce steel, and 85% of steel is used in construction, 90% automotive industry uses steel, and so on. And there are 40 years as a minimum age prescribed by international standards, but I'm sure the steel buildings, you see the Eiffel Tower, you see so many other buildings who have survived the test of time. And how architectural form has changed due to steel. use of steel. And then you realize that, like Mishra ji was talking of 222 kgs per person is the annual steel consumption per capita, but India is lacking, India is only 80. And I don't see, I was so agreed with what Mishra ji said was 90-95 kgs per person. But I am looking at not even the limit set by the Indian government, but I feel that it should be doubled than what the limit has been set, because such a versatile material it's been so overlooked, and been so neglected in the steel industry, especially by architects. So much so that we don't even have a course in our architectural syllabi, in our curriculum, where we teach about steel and the versatile nature of steel, the sustainability aspects of steel, and so and so. So anyway, so this was what it is, and this is the first project that we used steel in. Mostly this was the earlier period when I was saying I was more of a purist, more of a composite construction. This is the project which won the Interbau 2018 award for large scale promotion of traditional building construction techniques, wherein the entire project is load-bearing stone masonry on the ground, brick masonry on the top, and no masonry on the top floor. And the roofing and the slabs are all steel. That's what I was talking of, the stone load-bearing masoneries, how integrated with steel lintels and so on and on. These are some pictures while the construction was going on. We had a very tight timeline. The project was totally designed and by some other architect, and the client didn't like it, and before the construction was to start, they came to us saying that we want a totally different looking building. And so we designed that building, and we had only 3 months to construct about 5 lakh square feet of construction in 3 to 4 months time, because AICT inspection, the engineering college, so AICT inspection was due at that time, and there was no other way out but to use steel as the roofing material. And so this is a composite construction wherein we have used load-bearing walls and all sourced columns. We believe in recycling, reusing materials. So all the stone that you see is also recycled, the brick that you see is also recycled, by meaning that they have been sourced from buildings which have been demolished, and then cleaned, refurbished and reused. Every window that has been used in the project, every door, window, furniture is all recycled. So if you go to any scrap vendor in the country and take my name, you will get a hefty discount, because all the Raddiwalas and scrap dealers will know me by my first name. So look at the wisdom of the traditional builders. These are granite columns which are 8 inches by 8 inches at the bottom and 6 inches at the top, and the steel frame supports the column, and there are 3,000 students studying in those corridors and in those classrooms. So this is how versatile a material steel is, and how versatile our knowledge is of traditional wisdom. The slides are a little disproportionate because this is made for 16:9, but the proportion of the screen is a little different, so they are a little compressed in proportion. These are the recycled windows I was talking of, the steel frame roof. This is a project where we have used steel only for the roofing systems. In the entire 5 lakh square feet of the first phase, not a single, there's no RCC slab in the whole thing. The slab has been used, either there are trusses on which rests the Mangalore tiles, the fire clay Mangalore tiles, and otherwise the roof is like this. Like the old traditional patia slab होता है यहाँ पे, तो और linter बोलते हैं दिल्ली में or something. So we have metal girders on top. We have metal girders on top. These are the metal girders that you see. You have stone, local stone on top, and then you do flooring to avoid vibration in the slab, because a lot of students and a lot of live load is there. You put nominal reinforcement of 6 mm at 300 center to center, and that's how this slab is. So there is no centering needed, there is no shuttering, there is no centering, there is no casting, there is no concrete RMCs coming in or mixing of concretes, and the project is ready, in a month's time. You don't have to wait to remove the centering to use the spaces below. And that was the method that we used. And it's a myth. I want to tell everyone, including Mishra ji here, that it's a myth that steel is an expensive construction. When you do a small construction like 1,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet, steel would definitely be very expensive. But when you do large-scale construction, steel is the cheapest and the fastest material to build with. If you understand the importance of time, this project which costed at 12%, when we did the estimates, it costed us 12% more than normal construction. 12% was the exact figure that costed more than the normal construction. But since the clients had no option, but they said we will go for it. And I'm happy to tell you that after the project was completed and audit was done, the total project cost came down by 18%. In spite of using so much steel. The steel which was bought at that time was 27,000 rupees a kg. Now the same steel is 72,000 rupees a kg. So if this building is demolished today and you take all the steel, it pays back for all the construction costs that have happened that have escalated over the years. So I mean, it is one of the most economical materials that exist in building construction. So these are various corridors. I will not go into the architecture of the building, of how we have used open courtyards and how we have taken indirect light. These are terracotta chalis, the workshops, the corridors in the workshops, north light coming in from the roof. And that's large spaces. There are no walls, in the admin building. There are no walls. It's just courtyards and so on. That we'll discuss some other time. These are all pictures during construction time, where steel was being used in a very rudimentary and a very low level of technique or technological advancement, because everything was done on site. The classrooms, all these recycled benches that you will see, which was some textile mill in Bombay was demolished, and these benches are the workers' benches. They used to sit and work, during their working hours. So we have bought all of them. Interestingly, the stone that you see is also recycled from a lot of stone, including the Mangalore tiles are recycled. In the sense that Empress Mills, which is a textile mill in Nagpur, which was demolished, but the first mill of Tata's, which was demolished, and we bought all the 5.5 lakh tiles, and we used it as a recycled material. And that was the reason why we got this acknowledgement by Intergo, which is an organization run by Prince Charles, now King Charles in London. So these are various recycled columns, and this is how it looks now. Baffled walls and north light coming in, trusses, workshops. This is how it looks now. So various corridors and the ambience in the corridors, the paving, including the stone paving, which is there, is also recycled. The cobblestone. There was this big industrialist in Raipur who removed the cobblestone driveways in his house, a large house, and he said car ke tire bahut jaldi ghis jate hain. So we bought those and brought it from Raipur and used it in our driveways. Various steel combination, the castellated girders, and so on. So that was one project, Engineering College campus and Polytechnic campus. This is my architectural school, Priyadarshini Institute of Architecture and Design Studies, which is a combination, again, a composite structure of steel and brick. These are the pictures during construction. Wherein we have used the same techniques, where we have corridors, all the connecting corridors, circulation spaces are all in steel, while the studios are in concrete, typical construction. So this is an intermixing of how creatively you use, how vernacular wisdom, you use vernacular wisdom in current day architecture, wherein the steel columns go down but do not insert into a brickwork or a concrete, so that they don't rust very easily, they don't decay very easily. And the brickwork stops before the column. This is a traditional detailing which is followed in Vidarbha in Maharashtra, because they used to use teak wood or wooden ballis and wooden posts, and when it went into the mud wall, it used to decay faster because the moisture in the mud wall used to eat away the wood. So the same technique we have learned here, the connecting bridges in steel, and various how structural steel and how cantilevers and overhangs are supported. These are various kind of details in steel that we have done, all rudimentary, all done on site, all fabricated on site, not as it's here high on technique like what Charanjit ji has shown. So the central courtyard, various details, that's how it is looking when it is finished. Sanjeev has, I think, visited many times this building, and that's how it looks now. So these are the details that I was talking of. Interestingly, the studios do not have a wall, they only have a parapet, it's all open and interactive. So all the studios, first year to final year, sit in one big hall, so that you have interactive spaces for all the students. These are various corridors. Now this is another interesting project that we did in a resort that we did in Bandhavgarh, wherein about 5,000 square feet of open hall, which is the reception. There are no walls in this reception. It was covered by a space frame, locally modified space frame to support the Mangalore tile roofs. So that's how it looks finished. Now this is a Taj resort which we did with Dean in Page, Karmajari, where everything is steel. It is a retrofitted and refurbished project, and you will wonder as to how in a high-end resort where you charge about 1 lakh rupee a night per couple, you know, how can you use such kind of steel material? How do you retrofit such materials? So if you see, everything is steel. The only brickwork or the concrete work that you will see will be the existing rooms or existing built-up area that we have done. These are the extended toilet blocks and the cottages and the bedrooms and a sleeping area on top. So this is a jungle safari lodge for Taj Wilderness Lodges called Bhagwan. So if you see, wood is the paneling material. If you see, there is a steel, the steel structure. The foundation is in stone, random rubble stone masonry. On that, everything is steel. And then you have wooden planks as the covering material. If you see this detail, the suspended hanging window and bamboo partitions to give privacy to the toilet block, the showering area, and the detailing that you will see on top, where a wooden member comes and gets inserted into a hollow section, and that's how this cantilever balcony rests. Although the balli, the uncut, unfinished wood is used as the balcony railing and the floor, but the structural steel that you can see below is the one which is supporting the balcony. These are some other steel uses in resorts that we have done. I'll quickly run through because we are running out of time before you get sleepy. This is a roof truss. Everything is in steel in this, except the walls, which are load-bearing walls. This is a Mahua one. We did a lot of resorts for this chain called Mahua, and this is one of them, Mahua one in Page, Karmajari. You can see the same roof here. There is no concrete. There are lime plastered walls. The brick walls that you see is lime plastered walls. They keep the atmosphere cool by about 7 to 8 degrees as compared to a normal cement plastered brick wall. So this is a bedroom there, cottage. Some experimentation which we started on how non-technical, high on technique, high on automated fabrication and transportation of the material, how you can do it locally on site by training the local fabricators. Is we started with this project. Long ago it was unbuilt, it was not built. So I'll just skip this. Now this is a project we are doing for one of the ministers, our very own Gadkariji, Nitin Gadkariji. This is a farmhouse that we have built for them. Now in this project we are happy to say and very proud to say that he had the vision to accept our thought process of not building in brick and concrete, and the entire thing is built in steel. There are no brick walls, there are no plastered walls, they are all hollow, in your language you can say foam concrete panels. Evaporated concrete, where the concrete becomes very light so that you can pick up a 8 feet by 2 feet panel by hand, single-handedly. So the entire, including the roof, the floor, the toilets, everything is built in those EPS panels and structural steel. This is how it looks. It has just been completed, just been finished, and since he was staying there in the last month because of certain other reasons, and due to heavy security, we could not picture the finished projects. So these are some projects which are underway, we just finished now. This is a very large dome museum that we are working on for Banjara Tribal Museum. This is high on steel, and this is how it is now. It is under completion. The Prime Minister is going to inaugurate this project on the 22nd of February. So the work is underway. It's a large dome of about 35 meters in height and 200 meters in diameter, the inverted dome. And it was a challenge to design this system because we didn't have the softwares. But IIT Roorkee has vetted this, IIT Madras has vetted this. So now it is thankfully standing, whatever designs that we have done. So it's a very complex process where the dome, like if you see in the x-axis as well as in the y and the z-axis, all the three axes are curved. So it's an engineering marvel that the way they are doing it on site, and it has taken us about 6 months to do that. Extensive steel roofs and structures have been used here. There's the entrance lobby. These photographs are a little older. Don't get panicky that how can the PM inaugurate a project like this, but it has progressed quite a lot. This is about a month-old photograph. Now this is another building that we have just completed. It is awaiting inauguration by the Chief Minister. This is a food court, a very small food court, but an iconic food court because in the campus they have made a lot of iconic buildings. The first concrete pyramidal stupa was made. and other stupas were made, Vipassana centers. So they wanted something else and something different. So we said we'll do everything in steel. So this is what it is now at the moment. This is also a node photograph. The project has finished now. This is a PEB company has executed this, and I tell you, it was such a big failure. It took about 6 months for the PEB company to finish this structure, while everything else was done in about 2 months' time. So PEB is a highly customized, they are a very standard working, and I was so happy to see here barriers that they don't employ PEBs, and I have made it a resolution that I will never employ a PEB, consultant, pre-engineered building consultant or a contractor to execute my projects. The house steel is used innovatively when you mitigate a very difficult staircase. Railing, I just get this. These are those slides came in between. This is how it is. Deck flooring and deck slab, roofing and flooring on top. Metal cut jalis. It's a food court, so it's an open food court, semi-enclosed space. And this project has cost us about 7 crores as compared to 8.5 crores that was coming in a normal standard construction technique finishing. The farmhouse that we have started, we are on the roofing now at the moment. This is also 100% steel. Now we gradually I am moving towards, I'm changing my mindset from what I was a purist and a very, original traditionalist, but now I am slightly moving in, getting more influenced by what Mies did hundreds of years ago, few decades ago. And now, entire building, I am trying to, my contractors are so unhappy that, they have no work from me because I don't accept the foundation which is in concrete at the moment. I am trying to experiment and working with a couple of like-minded people wherein the foundation will also be avoided to be done in concrete, because the worst material that I feel that has ever been done on mankind is concrete. And honestly, because ask you buildings these 30 years, we are refurbishing buildings which are 30-year-old, 40-year-old, because they have decayed beyond understanding and beyond, comprehension. And we have buildings which are standing, lime concrete buildings, lime plaster buildings, lime buildings, old stone buildings, hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years. And we are here building something in concrete which is taking, fortunately or unfortunately, I had the opportunity to visit Chandigarh a couple of times, but this time I said this was my last visit as the former president, so I'll go ahead inside, use my authority and see the buildings from inside, even access the Vidhan Sabha and sitting on this speaker's chair, so on and on. And I was so sad to know that the concrete which has been used has decayed so much, since 1950, that is unbelievable. Most of the work that is being done in the capital complex today in Chandigarh is refurbishing and rehabilitating the concrete which has decayed in the 50, 60 odd years, 70 odd years that have happened. So it's a material which I think is a crime committed on humanity. But anyways, so this is what it is, all steel frame structures, up the foundation, up from the plinth is all steel. There are no walls, the walls are also dry cladding. Walls are all steel structure inside and cladded from outside. It is capital expenditure heavy. It is capex heavy, but it pays in the long run. It pays, how to densify the stone, how to make it, non-porous, and so many other things that happen when you do a dry cladding. So this is a farmhouse that is almost about to complete now. This is a traditional Vada style house that we did, and the client wanted a typical Maharashtrian Vada with a courtyard in between, columns around, and built in stone. So you will be surprised to know that we are building this in total steel. There is nothing else in the project. The stone that you see is also dry cladding, it's not wet cladding, because there are no walls. This is a house we are doing in Delhi, Mehrauli, near Mehrauli, which is also 100% steel. You can see that steel is exposed here, totally steel and glass, which is shaded, taken care of. So these are the various details that we are doing, the walkways. There is another steel house in Nagpur, which is again dry cladded, and there are some walls in this, of course, because there are toilets. The clients were too conservative not to make a steel toilet. They said, जो आवाज आएगी वो बाहर जाएगी. I said, toilet की कौन सी आवाज बाहर जाएगी? At least I can understand bedroom की आवाज बाहर जाएगी, but toilet की आवाज. So anyways, but there are some walls there, of course. This is a house that we have just started. It's at the foundation level. It's a large house, 10,000 square feet of footprint. There's also 100% in steel. That's the entrance lobby. You can see how we've used steel in the whole thing. The detailing that you see, it's a plate manufactured, customized members that you see here. All these rafters are customized. There are no columns and slab in this particular portion of the house, because if you see the rafters itself are the structural systems. So there are no columns and there are no beams. The rafters only become the columns and the beams, and they are customized rafters. If you see. These are customized rafters. They are not rectangular, but they are trapezium, like a Kaju Katli ki barfi, that trapezium shape. So, anyway, so this is another steel building we're doing in Delhi for the ABVP headquarters near ITO, near SBA Delhi. This is the detailing that you see. I don't know if it is very clear here. This is the BJP headquarters being done in Saurashtra. That's also in steel, total steel. Some office buildings, one is in Delhi, one is in Greater Noida on the left. This is a Nagpur building that we're doing 100% in steel. I mean, when I say 100% steel, believe me, there is no brickwork, there is no plaster, there is no concrete. It's all structural systems in steel. Another office building. This is a hotel that we're doing. And we had the advantage because it's a common wall plot. There is no side margin per se. The project, there is no way that you can have concrete or building. So the hotel owner agreed to have it done in, we're using EPC panels and steel and jalis as the material, building material. That's how the detail is all about. The steel is exposed, and it's a problem actually, it gets corroded very easily. An accident happened, we did a building in steel 20 years ago, in 2001, we did a building, and there was a suspended slab, and the slab was suspended. The corridor slab was suspended from RCC beams, of course, through steel pipes. It was a very thin slab, 3 inches slab. And that slab collapsed with an untimely death of a security guard. Unfortunate, but it did. And then we were in tension that the architect under gaya, because architect is the only registered architect with the government, so architect is the first one to be caught. And then we realized the police inspector was, who actually was investigating and doing the Panchnama, was a very intelligent guy, I thought so. Because he said कि यार ये तो आर्किटेक्ट की गलती नहीं है, ये तो 20 साल पहले बना है, फिर उसके बाद में आपने क्या किया? And on that 3 inches flat slab, which was composite slab, they had done Koba, waterproofing Koba, because probably it may be leaking or something over a period of time. They did brickbat Koba, which was 6 inches high. It didn't stop leaking or something, so they did another 6 inches of brickbat Koba on that. And so there were 12 inches of brickbat Koba, which may have probably gotten wet over a period of time. The load on the slab got increased by 20 times than what it was designed for. And unfortunately, the steel gave way and it fell down. So these are things which are, drawbacks of using steel. So you have to think and you have to do. At that time in 2001, there were no specialized, there was no even epoxy coating available at that time of good quality. So it was only painted. So now we have, various techniques to make it fireproof, make it waterproof, make it environment proof, and so on. So we are a little better to, work on this. This is another Adani project that we're doing many projects with them. This is another food court and value-added services. So these are various trusses that we've used. This is an administrative building for an institutional complex. This also in steel totally. This has been tendered and the work is going to start now. So I'll just get this. This is another Adani project that we're doing for fuel stations, LNG and CNG and other things. All on steel. The other office building we're doing for Vidya Bharati Uच्च Shikshan Sanstha, which is an educational institution in Delhi. This also 100% in steel, including a space frame on top to take the multi-purpose activity hall and solar panels. That's another elevation of the same building. There is steel local steel producing unit headquarters in Nagpur. This has been done in brick. The back portion is in brick. This back behind the rectangular windows that you see is in brick, but everything else is in steel. So these are the kind of works that we are doing, and this is almost finished, but unfortunately I don't have the photographs of that. These are absolutely out of proportion though. Now it is squeezed like this. These are district police headquarters we are doing across Andhra Pradesh. So if you see they wanted traditional Andhra architecture. So we have borrowed the columns that are there in the temples in and around Vijayawada and Visakhapatnam. So all those granite columns are there in the front, while the steel structure, the entire thing is in steel structure. Structural steel, columns, beams, roofs, everything is in steel behind. This is another very interesting project that we have started working on. It is being tendered, but unfortunately, since it is in Jammu and Kashmir on the outskirts of Srinagar, there are no contractors willing to come and work at the moment because it's a BOT project. It's a conglomeration of mixed-use activities where you have a wayside amenities of food courts and toilet and public amenities, including a 5-star hotel, a banquet facility, wedding facility, shopping mall, and the headquarters of NHAI. This is how it is. It's a very complex roofing structure which took us about 2.5 months to work out the slopes of the structure. It borrows the vocabulary of the Jama Masjid in Srinagar, which is made up of arches and stone, local stone and arches. This is how it looks. If you see the pitch of the roof, the slope of the roof, some roof will slope forward, some roof will slope backwards, and the pitch of the roof is different. So it's borrowed from the roof profile of Srinagar, old quarter Srinagar roofing system. And if you see in Srinagar, you will find these kind of bridges. You know, in snowy areas where there's a lot of snow, the tree doesn't grow wider. So the girth of the tree is very narrow. So you have narrow sections available to span large structures, large spans. So what the traditional wisdom said was to use a lot of members like this, crisscross members, which are tiny in size. So they support, it becomes a jali kind of, jal kind of thing. So each member supports each other. So we said we should also experiment with this in steel. Why not use thinner members for larger spans, taking the wisdom of the traditional Kashmiri builders. And this is what we did. You will be surprised to know that the thickest member is 3 inches in diameter, 3 inches by 3 inches rectangular hollow, square hollow section. So, and we have a combination of 2 inches by 2 inches and 3 inches by 3 inches. And so that's how the structural system has been worked on. This is a project, is a convention center, exhibition convention center made again in steel. And we are still facing a challenge. This is in the initial design stages. We are still facing a challenge because this is for agriculture university, where they want, due to shortage of space, they want the horticultural experimental fields on a slopey or a hilly areas to be experimented on the roof of the slab. Now in a steel structure, we are finding it challenging to have those 6 inches to 9 inches of soil to be retained on the roof. So we're working on that. We're still working on that. There's a large space. It's about 1 acre of one hall. So we have 3 acres of 3 halls being built, about 4,000 square meters per hall. So this is going on, design stage is going on at the moment, and that's how it will look ultimately in steel. This is a pilot project that we're doing for National Highways Authority, wherein there's a steel tube supported by 2 concrete walls, where the restaurant and the amenities span the width of the highway because there is no space on the ground to provide the amenities. The work has started in Nagpur. This is a pilot project of Gadkari Sahab, where he has this vision of doing across the highways where there is lack of space. So these are the 2 concrete walls, the lifts go up on the concrete walls, and there's a steel tube, and that spans. So the entire floor height is the depth of the roof. The other project being done near Jaipur, again in steel, totally in steel. Food courts and wayside amenities. This is in Kerala, on the western coast, when the highway enters the western coast. So these are the various details that have been done. This is Raipur-Visakhapatnam highway detailing. So this is how the steel detailing has been worked. This is only the roofing. It's not a full steel building, but it's a combination. There's a food court done in steel totally, including the kiosk and everything. This is in a biodiversity park of about 250 acres in the heart of Nagpur that we're working on. So that's a bird park in between, which is made up in steel. Rest is non-built structures. There's a ropeway stations that we're doing in Vaishno Devi. That's also in steel because it's very difficult to do concreting in those slopey and difficult terrain. So in Vaishno Devi we're using all steel for the ropeway systems. There's a clubhouse. There's a clubhouse built in 100% steel. That's facing a lake in Nagpur. That's the roof and it's a very kinetic and a dynamic roofing system lighting system that we have devised. As your car goes in or as you walk, the lighting changes, the mood changes and so on and on. These are some of the images from the same project. This is another very interesting project we're doing in Diu, Daman and Diu. It's a 5-star hotel of 100-bedded 5-star hotel, which is also 100% steel and EPS panels. So at that luxury level, wherein you charge about 20,000-25,000 a night for a regular government-owned 5-star hotel, we are using EPS panels for the first time. There is no RCC column and slab as well here, no brickwork and plaster as well. So that's how it looks. The structural system has been exposed totally from outside, and rest is inside. So that's a beach-facing hotel. This is a library building we're doing for Educational Institute, again in terracotta brick jalis and steel structural frame system. Where the main block of the library is underground under that pyramid, Ayam Pai's pyramid of Louvre in Paris. So similar to that, that's the underground library, that pyramid that you see. And the other are the stacks and the other areas, administrative areas of the library. This is a large exhibition hall and a convention center being developed in Nagpur. For the first time, we are using suspended, I'm using it for the first time, I'm sure someone else has used it, wherein the structural system is a pylon, is a steel plate, customized metal plate pylon being supported by those cables. The roof is an 80-meter wide span, columnless span, which is being supported for the exhibition hall. That's the customized metal column pylon. Concrete pylon instead of concrete pylon, it's a customized metal plate pylon, stiffened by the horizontal members that you see, and suspended roofing system. That cables you can see, and the pylon penetrates the roof and goes up and supports the 80-meter span roof from both the sides. So the cable suspends about 40 meter one side and 40 meter other side. Both the sides there are pylons. So thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to present my thoughts here today. But I have changed and grown over a period of time. You have to change your mind, you have to change your mindsets, you have to change your thought process and absorb and embrace newer materials. And you are the future of my country, future architects of my country, and you are going to take it forward. हमारी life तो हो गई, अभी बची होगी 20-25 साल, पर जो आप लोगों की life तो अभी शुरू हो रही है. So it is you who have to change your mindset. Look at building like Charanjit ji was talking about, building an Atmanirbhar Apna Bharat, which is self-made, self-determined Bharat, and you are the pillars of that, foundation. Infrastructure is about 48% of the money being spent in the country is in infrastructure. 48%, and you will not believe in the target that the government has given. And the target that the government has given till 2030, we have only spent 45% of that money that has been earmarked for infrastructure growth. So in the next 7 years, we have to use the balance amount of money, which is 55% of money which is being spent on infrastructure. So in spite of not getting paid and getting paid lesser than the driver of the office that you will work in, be positive. There's a lot of positive scope that you will have in your future. Be determined, change your minds, embrace newer technologies, work in collaboration, and you will find the difference that will happen in your lives very soon. Because we are going to be the world leaders like you were earlier, now we are going to be again world leaders. So I end my presentation on a poem which I usually recite, कि हो गई है पीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से नई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए, और आज ये दीवार पर्दों की तरह हिलने लगी, शर्त लेकिन ये है बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए. Today you might be a little, impressed or influenced by what I have told you, how to embrace newer thoughts and newer policies. So आज ये दीवार पर्दों की तरह हिलने लगी, शर्त लेकिन ये है बुनियाद हिलनी चाहिए, और हर सड़क पे, हर गली में, हर नगर, हर गांव में हाथ लहराते हुए हर लाश चलनी चाहिए, और सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, सारी कोशिश ये है, सोच बदलनी चाहिए, और तेरे सीने में न सही, मेरे सीने में सही, हो कहीं भी आग, लेकिन आग लगनी चाहिए.
I'm sure आज definitely यहाँ बुनियाद भी हिलेगी और सभी के मन में एक आग भी लगेगी और आपको हमारे सारे स्टूडेंट्स आगे इनोवेशन करते हुए दिखाएंगे. whenever someone says about steel as a building material, it's very difficult to visualize it with a vernacular architecture because we have always seen it as an exposed way or structural material. But today it was very beautiful to see its amalgamation with vernacular values and its aesthetical values and functional values. We have eyewitnessed its transition from vernacular to contemporary architecture as well. So, I would like to say that जिस खूबी से आपने स्टील को या रिफर्बिश मटेरियल को स्क्रैप मटेरियल को बखूबी से यूज़ किया अपने बिल्डिंग मटेरियल्स में, उससे उनकी जो खूबसूरती निखर के आई है या जिस तरीके से उन्होंने कहानी रची है, उसको रचेगा आपसे बेहतर कोई अच्छे से नहीं जान सकता. And it is very much reflected in your buildings also. Your poetic interest was easily reflected in your buildings as well. I would like to say that there was an idea that to execute steel in hilly areas. We know that there are several areas where it is difficult to procure building materials as it would take time for the construction, then it would add on construction cost. But this is a wonderful idea that you can incorporate steel also, and it would be obviously save on our time, which is money in today's time. So we are being located in Bhopal and could not eyewitness snow. But with your project from JNK, I am sure that everyone has chilly breeze over here. And I hope that this will symbolize as a breeze of innovation and we would take this away from you. And today, we promise you that you will see beautiful innovations, good creativity from our students. Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure everyone is so excited about the panel session. They might be having a lot of queries. But before that, we will take a small break. We will go for a tea break. And we will commence back at 3:40 within 10 minutes. And it's a gentle reminder for all the participants. are done with these questions, you are free to ask questions on the spot and we can have that interactive session. And if you can recollect the question that I am asking, please locate yourself to our volunteers so you can participate in the further discussion. So the first question, we have randomly picked and is for Charanjit sir. So the question is, how do you propose the workability of steel structures underground? What are your views and experiences regarding this? How do you propose the workability of steel structures underground, ground structure? It's the
below ground. If there is a basement, if there is something kind of a hall which is going under the ground, how do you configure the workability? What of
Can you hear me? हेलो थोड़ा हाँ मैं पहले ना उस क्वेश्चन से पहले मेरे माइंड में कुछ चल रहा है तो मैंने कहा वो पहले आपसे शेयर कर दूँ. I was the first speaker and he was the last speaker. तो इन्होंने कहा यार लास्ट स्पीकर के टाइम पे बचता क्या है कि सब पहले ही बोल चुके होते हैं. But I took it other way around. I said I am the KG student entering in a school. पहली क्लास में था, ये फिर 5th में आए, ये फिर 10th में आए, इन्होंने तो PhD करवा दी. ये तो every time is a learning stage और इतना रोमांटिज्म आपने कर दिया जब बाद में कविता सुनाई तो मैं तो मजा आ गया. And that's great. क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा आगे रुका जाते कान भी काम नहीं करते. मैंने मशीन लगानी है अभी तो एक मिनट लेक्चर दोबारा अच्छी तरीके से देख लेता हूँ. Yeah, that is a very interesting question. ये मैं भी ना सब इंजीनियर से बात कर चुका कि यार when we make the steel structure, foundation concrete, and concrete is decaying. Life of concrete is 40 years, 50 years, 80 years, whatever. And I say I am making something which is 200 years, 300 years. So what to do? It's a big challenge. I have yet to find an answer, but this is a very relevant question. अभी क्या है कि we are doing brownfield, or railway stations. That's the problem again we are facing. How to work underground when there is a rail here and between the two rails there is a small gap and I have to have a foundation. So again spread foundation, pile foundation, whatever. Then again there is a working problem. But I heard there is a village foundation. Can we work on, I have been still expressing and exploring, can we work on some sort of a system where we have minimalistic foundation with glitch, like steel and other things so that I get the bearing capacity and I grow my steel from the ground and again वही बात हो जाती है नीचे किस पे स्टील खड़ा होगा तो वो फिर वो कंक्रीट आ जाता है या फिर पाइल और पाइल कैप आ जाती है. So composite today, whatever I understand a little about structure, composite structure is the only dialogue where we can understand and do it. But definitely we need to explore some possibilities where we can really take it, in a manner that we are minimalistic in making the foundation, not a spread, not a raft, but maybe some piling is the only way which I take it, or a well foundation.
There is another.
अगर आपको याद हो मैंने कहा था अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कि I still don't know how steel will behave when it goes underground or below the ground. And ये बहुत relevant point है जो हमको भी सताता है बार-बार कि आप ऊपर की जो बिल्डिंग बना रहे हो स्टील में वो तो 100 साल के ऊपर की बिल्डिंग उसकी लाइफ है पर फाउंडेशन की लाइफ 50 साल भी नहीं है. तो क्या होगा बिल्डिंग का मतलब ये तो हमको भी नहीं मालूम है. We still don't know. we are in an experimental stage, at a very nascent stage at the moment. I think institutes like Ministry of Steel and INSDAT should do this research. What happens and what should be done to make the foundation also in steel. You know, and आप लोग जब शायद बड़े हो जाओगे, researchers बनोगे, PhD करोगे, तो हमारी buildings पे करना PhD उस time पे कि यार क्या हो गया, what has failed, whether we are right. So only time will tell, I think. अभी उसके अलावा तो और कोई answer नहीं इसका.
Question for Habib. Because he has in his presentation said that he has used a lot of recycled material. So I think this question goes for that. Wouldn't the material from demolished building be damaged? Now how do you reuse them and create building of such finish?
बड़ा इंटेलिजेंट बनता है जिसने पूछा है ये क्वेश्चन. See, इसमें इस तरह का जब आप काम करते हैं ना, जो फर्स्ट प्रोजेक्ट that I shown where everything was recycled and reused, कोई ड्राइंग की कोई वैल्यू नहीं होती. उसमें प्लान एलिवेशन बनते हैं, सेक्शंस बनते हैं मोटे-मोटे. बाकी everything happens on site because you don't know, आप जब stone use कर रहे हो, recycled stone. Of course it is damaged not structurally but aesthetically. The look wise हो सकता है उसको पेंट किया हो सकता है उसको कुछ लिखा हो या कुछ डैमेज हुआ हो, weather condition. But see, stone pyramids आज भी खड़े हैं. 3000-4000 साल पहले the pyramids, nothing happens to natural materials. See वो granite column आपने देखे हैं. It is taking the load, 3 floors का load ले रहे हैं वो, you know. And 3000 बच्चे वहाँ पे पढ़ रहे हैं, but 8 इंच का column है सिर्फ. So nothing has happened to the column. Visually, yes, they might be damaged, but it's not a big challenge to do that. हाँ, wood है, जैसे wood destroy होती है, decay होती है, तो wooden windows आप जब use करते हैं तो उसको थोड़ा सा extra refurbishing करनी पड़ती है. When you use tiles, tiles के ऊपर में कोई paint कर देता है, कोई coating कर देता है, कोई टूटी होती है, तो wastage निकलता है. तो ये सब तो ऊपर wastage का wastage निकलता है, तो there's hardly any issue, major issue. But उसमें थोड़ा सा personal intervention, site supervision, monitoring ज़्यादा लगता है. But it's not a challenge at all, not a challenge.
Question for Doris. In the structure of Forbes Marshall Pune, you mentioned that truss was used instead of PV. But why was that decision taken? Was it a design issue or a structural issue or the preference of client?
It was both, all three combination. Preference of architect was first. We didn't want to do PV, we wanted to design a structure. The client also wanted to design a structure. He didn't want it a ready-made off the shelf. He said, I'm coming to an architect to design a structure for me, not go directly into PV, buy that, what is available in the market and use it. The other thing, PV has got certain limitations because they are making it for the mass market. They're not making it for an individual level. Customized is not there. Now we wanted spans of 18 meters, 27 meters. We wanted columns which would take MEP at 6 meter level for maintenance. We had got cranes of different sizes moving ahead. And we wanted skylights, natural lighting, everything inbuilt into it. So looking at all of that, compared to PV, this structure was about 15% more expensive. But it gave all the flexibilities, all the modifications required by the client, we could do it. PV wasn't allowing that. So that was the main reason why we never, after the first cut, we never even looked at PV.
A question from Nitin. What consideration do we need to keep in mind while designing a small steel structure with a location having around water bodies? And what about the fire safety consideration in this case?
I think your first question is more or less is same. What do you do for steel if it is below ground? So similar thing. Whenever there is water, we see foundations for coastal, we see bridges in the middle of the sea, in the middle of the ocean. So far it is all concrete. And I believe that whatever lifespan which we just talked for RCC structure, 40, 50, 60 years, that is for exposed surfaces. Below ground is always, I think, is always moist and it is designed that way. So how we design piling, pile foundations on similar lines. Whenever there is steel structure around the water body or in the water body, up to ground level it is concrete. Even that small shed which I showed, there is a PT created of 3 feet by 3 feet by 3 feet concrete. The base plate was inserted, and you just have this structure on top. So that is how I think it is done. What is the second one?
Second, fire project.
Well, normally, structural columns, we pour it with granite so that it doesn't remain, and then it is better from maintenance point of view also. Plus, we do have fire beams as a precaution, and not necessarily for smaller structures, but for larger applications. The codes. 2.5 hours. Yeah, 2.5. So, like fire door, we see fire doors in our corridors and all. So that kind of codes are mentioned.
There is a question, I think it is for all. He has talked about 9/11 attack and has asked that major reason for the failure of the structure during 9/11 attack was the steel was not able to sustain the heat produced. What can be done to cater to fire and safety requirements of steel in such a way?
When that incident happened, and when the building was designed, you see the timeline when Yamasaki designed that building and when that incident happened. No one had ever imagined that an airplane full of air fuel will crash into a building. Intentionally. The accident is a different issue. But at that time, the steel was also not as evolved technologically as it is today. So today now in the US, in fact, the building which has replaced has been now designed that 5 737s can crash into it and it will not melt or not do. So we learn from our experiences, but it is such kind of tragedies are unthinkable, unavoidable. If you keep thinking of such tragedies or such incidences, probably you will never be able to design anything. So, and when Yamasaki designed this, the steel, and it was built in the 1960s, I think. 1960s, I think. At that time, steel was not evolved, but steel of 1960 and today's steel, there's a huge difference between the quality technically in the steel as well.
Even the codes, structural design codes, everything has changed a lot over time. And what Mr. Khan mentioned was correct. It was never, if the fuel was not there, maybe the fire itself wouldn't have happened. It's just that there was fuel, which was sprinkled all over, and that sort of harmed the structure more than, that's what the basic research has found out.
When the plane crashed into it, imagine the fuselage, how it would have broken, and it's a very volatile fuel. And it is sprinkled all over the floor, not on one floor, but so many floors. Now you can imagine. The floor falls on that, and then that falls on the cascading effect, जिसको कहते हैं. तो उसकी तरफ से हुआ है the fuel running down the tower, So it is unthinkable, unimaginable.
Just for information of some fire resistant grade structural steel are also being produced by producers like JSPL now. As Mr. Khan was actually rightly telling, the knowledge, the experience tells us that steel has to be made fire resistant. So painting is one aspect, fine, but some fire resistant grades are also getting produced in India and also abroad.
Like refinery gates here.
There is a question, I don't know who can answer, Charanjit sir can answer that, because Mishra ji can answer that. At mega project, when a team of urban designers, architects, town planners, officials collaborating together, how does the financial and the legal system work? This is a question, I don't know.
That's built in. That is built in.
That is built in.
It is very structured.
That is built in. The financial and legal structure is built within that teamwork. And
Sir, what perhaps he is not able to I will perhaps explain his point. What he perhaps thinks, I don't know. How the financials.
Who is the student who has asked this question? He can clarify that. He can clarify a question.
Basically, how if people are collaborating, normally some of them are in.
You are talking about fee sharing? and responsibility of each one of
Yes.
us.
So, and how it is divided overall? If it is outside of that, in-house or outside of the house?
Technical part I leave to Chandis sir to answer, but I tell you, a project owner, there is a project owner, the department or the government or the private like Raja's company is putting up an institute, they are the project owner. They have a target, they have a budget. Particularly in government cases, because I have been handling in trained through PSU system, every PSU or every project has a target. That this is the amount we have allocated based on some calculation, because they have to look at the profitability, return on investment, all those things, so many things are there. So that budget becomes the first point for consideration. We changed, it may be revised depending on suppose the architect, the designer or the project executive authorities, they can explain that so you spend 10 crore more, you will get better returns. That is different issue. So then, what happens with the...
I will answer this question. I have been part of committees of IITs and all who have been looking after the competition. So usually when you talk about financial and legal, when the competitions are floated, none of the firms have all the expertise within their room. So they form a memorandum of association, which is legally, it's a legal document, and within that memorandum of association, the financial part is also there, and the role of that particular firm, which is, it can be a MEP-based firm, it can be a structural consultant, it can be sustainability consultant, it can be any of the consultants. So a firm, an architectural firm tries to have a memorandum of association with quite a number of firms, and then they bid for it. So that is a legal document. So that covers the legal and financial part of them within their purview, what the firm, the main principal firm has quoted the price here and how he will distribute among his consultants. It's somewhat like that.
I think we as architects need to look beyond architecture. If you're talking about these type of large projects, there I think we have to become like AECOM, like Edges, or perhaps like even KPMG and JLL and PwC, because once you reach to a level where you're doing only pure architecture, then you're collaborative. Then you can have an MOU. Initially when we started, I'm just giving some of my references because पहले हमने जब काम किया तो हमारे पास there is no financial guy who can guide us, there is no legal guy who can guide us. So we partnered with KPMG and or something like that, or even AECOM. उसके साथ करके फिर then slowly you gradually get the credentials, and then you also try to hook in people from those fields within your holistic network, where you rise to a level where then you become independent consultants, holistic consultants. So that is what is required by we Indian architects to reach to level, we are at level A as a freelance, level 2 as a mid sector, then maybe a corporate, but then holistic. So once you come to that level, then of course you can play bigger game and you can bake in the project. That is why I'm saying that when we are now doing master plan of Nepal, where we have all people, we work on IIR, we work on return on money, we even work on legal aspect, we work on city side, peer side, all consultant. So it's like rising to the ladder, and then I think we in India, we have knowledge base, and we Indians can make it happen that we also become AECOM. मैं तो देखा भाई क्या है ना अभी KPMG में किसी से बात करो, सारे हम ही तो बैठे हैं, सारे इंडियन हैं, खाली credentials बाहर के हैं, कि वो किसी वहाँ पे हमने वो बनाया ना वो सिटी में मैंने कहा जो बनाया तुमने देखा है किधर? नो. Do you have an experience of that project? No. The person who is working here on the credentials of that project is not in the team here, but only the credential work. So here, when we work, we are making India. It is our nation. So why can't we understand more and make our India better? That is Indian sustainable, smart human settlement. So I think we all have to look very big. हम जितना बड़ा सोचेंगे, ये नहीं कि यहाँ से निकल के KPMG में चले जाएंगे। हाँ, हम KPMG बनाएंगे, ये मैं कह रहा हूँ। यही तो बताया, क्योंकि अगर हमने यही सोच लिया कि भाई ये अर्बन प्लानिंग कर ली, ये किया और फिर यार वहाँ पे पैकेज मिल जाता है 28 लाख का, इधर मिलता है 35 लाख का, मैं 280 करोड़ की अपनी स्टार्टअप एंड मेक KPMG एंड AECOM देयर, आई थिंक लीगल भी आ जाएगा, सब कुछ आ जाएगा। या हमारे पास अगर बंदा कंसल्टेंट आ सकता है, हम बंदा भी ला सकते हैं। आई कैन प्राउडली से दैट वी हैव अमेरिकन्स वर्किंग इन माय ऑफिस, वी हैव पीपल फ्रॉम इजिप्ट, दे आर वर्किंग इन आवर ऑफिस, वी कैन अफोर्ड देम। पहले तो हम बाहर जाते थे, अब हम काम कर रहे हैं, तो हमें तो प्लेज यही करना है यार कि हम अपना काम ऐसा करें कि वो अभी आज की डेट में, मैं इसलिए आपको यहाँ पे कह रहा हूँ, शेयर कर रहा हूँ, AECOM वाला एयरपोर्ट एविएशन में हमारे से क्रेडेंशियल मांगता है, KPMG वाला मांगता है, या हमारे से कोलैबोरेट कर लो। इवन डिजाइन सेल के लिए एचएस वाले हमें कहते हैं डिजाइन सेल तो हमारा तुम चलाओ। सो दैट इज द कैपेबिलिटी स्टेटमेंट, and I think we will not be enslaved by KPMG after independence again. हम इंडिपेंडेंट हैं, 75 साल हो गए, लेकिन अब दोबारा इंस्लेविंग ऐसे ना हो जाए कि वो आगे और अब उनके कपड़ों पहन के हम कह रहे हैं नहीं हम तो यहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं, नहीं हम अपने बनाएंगे। So that I think perhaps is the need of the hour. We have so much of work and we can create organizations which are plus 500, 1000. That is what is required. That's why I appreciate a fees contractor. यार कितने लोगों को काम करवा रहे हैं, कितना बड़ा ऑफिस है। So that is a vision we need to take.
सर, मिलता जुलता मैं भी पूछना चाहता हूँ। तो मैं थोड़ा सा एक मिनट लीजिए, उन्होंने पूछा सवाल, इस पे आपको दो पॉइंट्स हैं, 1 मिनट लूँगा। तो पहली बात तो ये है कि we architects collectively are very weak in legal, protecting ourselves legally. हम ना कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन करते हैं, ना कोई डॉक्यूमेंट साइन करते हैं, ना कोई पॉलिसी बनाते हैं, इवन फॉर बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए नहीं करते हैं। तो मैनुअल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चरल प्रैक्टिस जो काउंसिल ने निकाली थी हाई लेवल में है कॉलेज के, बारे में उसको पढ़िए और देखिए कि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्या होता है उसमें। आज आप एक छोटा सा घर भी करते हैं, बाई चांस इफ इट एनी एक्सीडेंट हैपेंस, इफ सम कैजुअलिटी हैपेंस, यू आर डायरेक्टली रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर इट एंड यू शुड प्रोटेक्ट योरसेल्फ लीगली। दैट्स वेरी क्रिटिकल एंड टाइम इज गेटिंग मोर कॉर्पोरेटाइज्ड, कॉर्पोरेट फ्रेमवर्क हो रहा है अभी, and उसमें you are the easiest scapegoat available there as a consultant. So सबसे पहले आपने आपको प्रोटेक्ट कर लीजिए। और जब प्रोजेक्ट आपने पूछा ना कैसे जनरेट होता है, जब कोई कहता है कि जैसे आपने कहा कि मैंने अपना ऑफिस बनाना है या मैंने अपना एक कॉम्प्लेक्स बनाना है, तो उसके लिए एक DPR कंसल्टेंट होता है, डिटेल प्रोजेक्ट रिपोर्ट। एक DPR कंसल्टेंट को हायर करते हैं, वो डिजाइन बनाता है, कॉन्सेप्चुअल डिजाइन बनाता है, DPR बनाता है, उससे एस्टिमेट निकालता है। वो एस्टिमेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में सैंक्शन होता है, भले वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हो, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो, चाहे प्राइवेट हो, चाहे PSU हो, उसमें सैंक्शन होता है वो बजट सैंक्शन होकर फिर वो बजट फाइनल हो जाता है प्रोजेक्ट का। उसके बाद में उसको फ्लोट करते हैं प्रोजेक्ट को, किस तरह से फ्लोट करते हैं डिपेंड्स, देयर आर 3 or 4 ways of doing it, DBOT, BOT, PPP, EPC, ये बहुत टेक्निकल है पर इस तरह से फ्लोट होता है प्रोजेक्ट। कंसल्टेंट्स हायर होते हैं और फिर वो बजट में 10 से 15, सर आपको तो मालूम ही होगा, 10 से 15% की फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी होती है, आप प्लस माइनस कर सकते हैं उसमें। So this is how it does, but the financial constraint is the biggest constraint that you have to face as an architect, face as a consultant, and वो financial constraints के अंदर में ही काम करना पड़ता है। मैं पहले तो आपको धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा, बहुत ही अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशन थे और मेरे मन में 2-3 शंकाएं हैं जो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा। पहली बात तो है कि स्टील का चरणजीत जी ने बताया बहुत अच्छा इम्पॉर्टेंट स्ट्रक्चर से उन्होंने बताए थे, उसको तो यूज़ करना ही चाहिए। तो खान साहब ने जनरल यूज़ के लिए बताया बिल्डिंग में, तो मैं जानना चाहता था कि इसका स्टील के यूज़ का एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट क्या है, एनर्जी कितनी खर्च होती है अगर आप चिनाई करके बनाएं, RCC बनाएं या स्टील स्ट्रक्चर बनाएं। आपने तो सारी बिल्डिंग स्टील की बना दी, तो
इसका एक तो है 3 इसके हिस्से बनते हैं। पहला तो है कि एनर्जी इन फॉर्म ऑफ रुपीज, हाउ मच वी स्पेंड, कितना हम लोग दोहन कर रहे हैं प्रकृति का स्टील की बिल्डिंग बनाने में, बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन है। दूसरा कॉस्ट क्या आती है पर स्क्वायर फीट। अब मैं आरसीसी का बना तो 1500-1600 रुपये पर स्क्वायर फीट में बिल्डिंग बन जाती है, आपकी कितने बनती है। तीसरी बात यह है कि बनने के बाद मैंने खुद बनाए हैं कई जगह, स्टील स्ट्रक्चर का क्या सबसे बड़ा फायदा यह है कि इसे सेमी परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर कहा जा सकता है। तो इसके लिए नक्शों के अप्रूवल की जरूरत नहीं होती है। नहीं हुआ है ऐसा, जहां जहां लोग परमानेंट नहीं बना पाते वहां स्टील के पाइप और ये शीट वीट लगा के बना देते हैं, कहते साहब इसका नक्शे की जरूरत नहीं। अब सवाल यह उठता है उनकी इनबिल्ट कॉस्ट आगे क्या आती है। जितने भी ये बनते हैं बिल्डिंगें, गैप्स आ जाते हैं, कीड़े मकोड़े अंदर आ जाते हैं, लीकेज, और सबसे बड़ी बात इंसुलेशन की, बहुत हैवी खर्चा आता है। तो पहली बात तो है कि एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी में हाउ मच मोर वी आर स्पेंडिंग इन गोइंग फॉर स्टील स्ट्रक्चर इन जनरल, ये बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन है। क्या होता है कि हम लोग वेस्ट की नकल करने लगते हैं। यहाँ पे अमेरिका ने चालू कर दिया, लकड़ी काटना बंद कर दिया। हमारे सीपीडब्ल्यू में हमने भी बहुत से एल्यूमिनियम खिड़कियाँ यूज की, स्टील की खिड़कियाँ यूज की। बाद में हमने देखा कि एल्यूमिनियम स्टील की खिड़कियाँ बहुत महंगी पड़ती हैं, क्योंकि लकड़ी की जो टोटल कॉस्ट है पर स्क्वायर फीट काफी कम आती है, एक बात है। दूसरी बात यह है उसके अंदर जो इंसुलेशन है, लीकेज वगैरह, इनकी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती है। तीसरी बात सबसे बड़ी यह है, आज आप बड़े बड़े महल देखते हैं 400 साल पुराने, 5 साल पुराने, वो आरसीसी के नहीं थे, चेन्नई के थे, मैसनरी के थे, अभी भी खड़े हैं। आरसीसी अभी जब मैं दिल्ली में था नौकरी में, विनयनगर की बिल्डिंग मड मॉडर्न बनी, 60 लोग कहते थे 50 साल जिंदा रहेगी, 70 साल में भी ठीक है, क्योंकि उसमें फिलोसफी है उसके ड्यूरेबिलिटी की। आरसीसी 100 ईयर्स की, स्टील का हमें पता ही नहीं कितने साल चाहिए। ये मैं हावड़ा ब्रिज की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ या अगले बनाए ब्रिज की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, जहाँ पे आप वेल्डिंग करते हैं, प्रिडोमिनेटली वेल्ड करते हैं, तो पता ही नहीं हमें कितने साल ये लोग रहेंगे, कितना कोरोशन को विदस्टैंड कर लेंगे, कितना मौसम को विदस्टैंड कर लेंगे। तो कई क्वेश्चंस हैं जनरल यूज के लिए। हाँ, चरणजीत सिंह ने जो बताया है वो स्पेशल स्ट्रक्चर्स को बनने ही पड़ेंगे स्टील के। तो एक और मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा था चरणजीत सिंह से लंच के टाइम में कि मेरे 2 बड़े प्रोजेक्ट रुक गए थे स्टील यूज करने से। एक सिग्नेचर ब्रिज दिल्ली में 3 साल रोका रहा क्योंकि स्टील की ट्रेड्स नहीं थी इंडिया में, चाइना से बन के आया। 2 मैंने फ्लाईओवर बनाए थे शीला दीक्षित जी के टाइम पर दिल्ली में, दोनों रुके पड़ रहे क्योंकि स्टील की बीम नहीं बन पा रही थी। तो क्या आज हिंदुस्तान में इतना अबेंडेंटली इकोनॉमिकली आसान से स्टील मिल रहा है कि हम ये सब यूज करें? ये फिलोसॉफिकली तो बहुत अच्छा है, इसमें शक ही नहीं है। और प्रैक्टिकल पॉइंट जो बच्चे ने बात की थी कॉस्ट के बारे में, वो सबसे रिलेटेड ये इशू सामने उभर के आता है, अगर आपने गाइड कर सके तो बहुत अच्छा है।
मुझे जितना याद है सर आपने और जितना याद है उसका रिप्लाई करता हूँ। पहली बात तो सर स्टील को मैं भी समझता था कि अनसस्टेनेबल मटेरियल है, तो मैंने आपको बताया कि स्टील इज द मोस्ट सस्टेनेबल मटेरियल। इसके मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जो भी प्रोसेस आपको, अगर आप कह रहे हो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट आता होगा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, बट इट इज नथिंग एज कम्पेयर टू द बेनिफिट विद स्टील गिव्स। नंबर 1, इसका 100% रिसाइक्लेबल है। नंबर 1 100% रिसाइक्लेबल है। इसके मैन्युफैक्चर में जो स्क्रैप निकलता है वो भी रिसाइक्लेबल है, वो भी यूज इसमें। इसके पूरे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग आप बताएंगे सबसे अच्छा, इसके मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेस में नथिंग गोज वेस्ट। एंड जैसे मैंने आपको कॉस्ट की बात की, बिल्डिंग 12% एक्सपेंसिव होती है। आपका अगर 1800 में बनता है तो ये 1800 प्लस 12% में बनेगा। बट द बेनिफिट दैट यू गेट इन टर्म्स ऑफ द कंप्लीशन ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आज मैं एक ऑफिस बिल्डिंग बना रहा हूँ, कमर्शियल कॉम्प्लेक्स बना रहा हूँ जो कि स्टील में बन रही है। अगर मैं उसको हाफ द टाइम में फिनिश करता हूँ तो आपका जो रिटर्न ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट है, आपका जो ROI है, आपका जो इनकमिंग कमर्शियल्स है, वो हाफ से कम हो गए। मतलब यू स्टार्ट अर्निंग दैट काइंड ऑफ मनी अर्ली। आप अपने घर में बनाएंगे इज डिफरेंट इशू, आपको घर में जाके रहना है इज अ डिफरेंट इशू। वहाँ पे कमर्शियल इन्वॉल्व नहीं है, जहाँ पे कमर्शियल इन्वॉल्व है, जहाँ पे टर्नओवर टाइम ऑफ अ प्रोजेक्ट इज क्रिटिकल एंड इम्पोर्टेंट, वहाँ पे स्टील इज द बेस्ट मटेरियल। और रही बात कीड़े मकोड़े चिपकली और बाकी सब आने की, इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ डिटेलिंग, हाउ यू डू द डिटेलिंग इन द बिल्डिंग। इट इज एक्सपेंसिव, नो डाउट अबाउट इट, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि एक्सपेंसिव नहीं है, पर जो प्रोजेक्ट एग्जाम्पल मैंने आपको दिया, मैंने 27,000 रुपये किलो में स्टील खरीदी थी और अभी वो 71,000 kg है। तो जितना स्टील मैंने वो प्रोजेक्ट में लगाया है, उसको अगर आज मैं बेचूं, आज मैं रिसाइकिल करूं, उसको बेचूं प्रोजेक्ट को तोड़ के, तो मेरी जितनी भी कॉस्ट थी प्लस इंटरेस्ट इज रिकवर्ड from the increase in the cost of steel. That is number one. Number two is we are living in a age where the functions of a building is changing. आज आप देखेंगे IT buildings देखिए, ऑफिस buildings देखिए, उनका पूरा नेचर ही चेंज हो गया सर। ऑफिसेस का नेचर चेंज हो गया, कमर्शियल कॉम्प्लेक्स का नेचर चेंज हो गया। अब आप देखेंगे शॉपिंग मॉल्स will also undergo a change in time to come. So now we are living in an age where everything is being recycled. तो हमारे पास में जो perpetuity है buildings की, वो धीरे-धीरे खत्म होती जाएगी। Except iconic buildings, जैसे हमारे आप पुराने टाइम के भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो आपके सिर्फ आइकॉनिक बिल्डिंग्स बचे हैं, whether it is पिरामिड, हुमायूं का मकबरा हो, ताजमहल हो, जो भी हो, आइकॉनिक बिल्डिंग्स बचे हैं, but these were built in stone and stone is a lifelong material. And प्लास्टर की बात कर रहे हैं, जैसे लाइम प्लास्टर attains its strength after 40 years being in the environment. Actual strength जो आती है लाइम प्लास्टर की and लाइम वाटर की comes after 40 years. So उसकी नेचुरली लाइफ में कंक्रीट 40 साल में टिके हो जाती है. So it is a matter of perception, is what I understand.
वैसे मैं एक आखिरी चीज बोलूँगा, ये जो स्टील के फास्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन की जो बात हो रही है, RCC में बहुत टेक्नोलॉजी अच्छी डेवलप हो गई है बच्चों के लिए। एक वैसा कर लीजिएगा, ऐसे कॉन्फ्रेंस फास्ट कंस्ट्रक्शन इन RCC, यू विल कम टू नो मैनी गुड थिंग्स अबाउट इट। हाँ, एक मेरा क्वेश्चन अभी उत्तरित नहीं है, वो एनवायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट का
नहीं, उसमें आपको एक डाटा देता है, एक छोटा डाटा था उससे। ये जो कार्बन एमिशन, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, ये बहुत बड़ी इशू अभी है। आप उसका बात कर रहे हैं ना सर?
नहीं, मैं स्टील के इनोवेटिव यूज के लिए तो आई एम ऑल्सो एडमायरिंग इट, इट्स वेरी वेल सेड एंड वेरी वेल प्रेजेंटेड। फॉर जनरल यूज आई एम सेइंग व्हाई the total energy in using natural energy, environmental energy, in using steel members versus RCC versus brick, what it should be. Because finally we are trying to take things from the environment.
But in RCC you use more energy.
This is related to cost से related है।
अगर आप कार्बन फुटप्रिंट RCC का लें और स्टील का है,
इसमें डाटा है सर।
नहीं, मेरा ये कहने का है कि आप बात कर रहे हैं एनवायरमेंट पे इम्पैक्ट, तो हमारा अगर RCC का फुटप्रिंट आप इमेजिन करो, सीमेंट बनता है।
नहीं, मैं नहीं कर रहा,
नहीं,
मैं कह रहा हूँ
मैं इमेजिन करने का बोल रहा हूँ। आप ये कह रहे हैं कि RCC is the best material?
No, I've never said it.
एक डाटा बोल देते हैं, उसमें डाटा स्टॉक इज डिस्कशन जो ग्लोबल आजकल सस्टेनेबिलिटी, एनर्जी कंजम्पशन जो बात कर रहे हैं, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, सब एक ही सब्जेक्ट है। इसमें अल्टीमेटली दे आर कैलकुलेटिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ कार्बन फुटप्रिंट। ओके, आज का जो है दे आर कैलकुलेटिंग कोई चीज एनवायरमेंटली अच्छा है कि बुरा है, वो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट के हिसाब से वो लोग कर रहे हैं। एक स्टडी है, स्टडी में अगर RCC स्टील ब्रिज होता है, उसका पर मीटर स्क्वायर का जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का जो एमिशन है, ये है 950 kg। स्टील बर्डर ब्रिज अगर करेंगे आप उसी चीज को, इट इज 450 kg। So it is almost, I am talking about, there are other facts also, there are other comparisons, structures के लिए, घर के लिए क्या होगा, ब्रिज का बात बोला, और दूसरा का बिल्डिंग के लिए क्या होगा, सब है सर। So in terms of its carbon footprint, steel structures are much better than concrete structures. But let me tell you, even though I am propagating, you all are propagating steel here, I am not saying for a minute, because I have been in steel business for 40 years, that steel is the best solution or it can replace concrete everywhere. No. If it is a product or a structure of a small lifespan, like 10 साल के लिए कोई कल्वर्ट बनाते हैं, उसमें बोलेंगे हम स्टील का बना देंगे, it's not required. आप उसमें कंक्रीट में करिए, आरसीसी में कोई तकलीफ नहीं है. But particularly, steel has to be used for structures which are made to stay for 50 years, 100 years. जिसे बात करें थे खान साहब, आजकल हम लोग सब फ्लैट में रहते हैं सर. अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये तो 2-3 करोड़ के फ्लैट खरीद करेंगे, 15 साल बाद 20 साल बाद देखेंगे they have started बताइए. अच्छा, सेकंड पॉइंट आपने जो बताया कि अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ स्टील सर, अभी स्टील अवेलेबिलिटी सभी सेक्शन में प्रॉपर्ली हो रहा है. एक बड़ा इशू इसमें है जो आर्किटेक्ट्स एंड इंजीनियर्स का एड्रेस. एक्चुअली हमारे देश में कोड नहीं है, आईएस कोड इतना नहीं बना है. अभी तक आपने जो भी सब स्ट्रक्चरल डिजाइन वगैरह करते थे वो फॉरेन कोड में करते थे. फॉरेन कोड करने से क्या होगा, वो फॉरेन में जो साइज मिलता है सब उनका जो इतना स्टैंडर्ड साइज है उसका वो लोग डिजाइन किए. बट अभी हमारा इंडियन कोर्स अच्छा बन रहा है and we are also making, all producers are making all kind of sizes, so steel availability is not an issue.
एक सवाल स्टूडेंट से जो इससे थोड़ा रिलेटेड है. Are clients willing to use this material in the present day market?
Yes. Capital yes.
Yeah. Whose question was this? Clients willing to use?
नहीं, इसमें सर मैं तो I am very flattered that my names here are almost so very willing to talk about steel, but the fact remains most of the clients are not informed about the benefits of steel. They are not informed. They are only informed about concrete or RCC, because जो हम देखते हैं वही हम सीखते हैं. तो हम लोग ट्रेडिशनली जहाँ भी जाएंगे अपना घर बार चारों तरफ देखेंगे कंक्रीट ही कंक्रीट है, तो हम बोलते हैं दैट इज द बेस्ट थिंग टू डू. We have to now that's why Khan sahab, Singh sahab, Shah sahab, सब लोग हम लोग आप लोगों को बोले हैं, you are the future. You have to understand that the material of future is steel. Rather, all the countries in the West they are using steel much more than what it should be done. That will be helping us. Sir, हम अभी गए थे सर, लंदन गए थे बेटी के पास. और टेम्स रिवर के साइड में जितना उनका सब मकान है पुराना सब था. टेम्स रिवर वाज यूज्ड एज ए प्लेस फॉर वेयर हाउसेस. उसका साइड में सारा वेयर हाउस था. वेयर हाउस को कन्वर्ट करके मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग बना दिए हैं और उसमें सारा स्टील का डिजाइन जो रेट्रोफिटिंग की है सर. एंड वो फ्लैट्स दे आर सेलिंग लाइक हॉट केक्स. 5 करोड़ 10 करोड़ करके एक फ्लैट वहाँ बेचते हैं सर. रेट्रोफिटिंग, स्टील का रेट्रोफिटिंग. मैं उसको फोटो लाया हूँ सर. मतलब स्टील कैन हैव एक नंबर क्या अनइमेजिनेबल एप्लीकेशंस ऑफ स्टील. अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारा वो क्लाइंट का अवेयरनेस नहीं है सर.
Mr. what is also important is 10 years back we were not getting good contractors, good workers, good laborers. Now we get also yes, even for the smallest work for steel you get good workers. That is also very important.
See, if you see, especially those living coming from Bombay, you will find that most of the apartment schemes, I mean even Nagpur or Delhi, most of the apartment schemes are going in redevelopment. So they are built in concrete and brick and they're decayed and everything. Most of the schemes are going in redevelopment. It's a major work area in Bombay especially. So that is 30-year-old, 40-year-old buildings. While Lakeshore Drive apartment, Seagram by Mies van der Rohe in steel. Seagram apartments, Lakeshore Drive apartment in Chicago, the Lakeshore Drive is the most expensive property in the entire US. Why? It has been built in steel.
Any student who wants to ask any questions? Anybody have? We have covered most of the questions, I think.
So, sir, I really love the presentation and everything. I just had 2 questions. So, it was just about.
Take the mic. Can you hear? Take the mic. Take the mic. It is not for you, for us. For us.
Hello, come on.
Yeah. So I just had one question for Abid sir, that what are your thoughts and how do you practice the reusability of steel in older buildings and then taking up in your new projects, and how do you actually calculate that steel can work in your new projects or it cannot be worked in your new projects?
That's the beauty of steel. It's a perpetual material. It doesn't change its properties however old it may be. Even even if, I mean, it may rust. If you neglect it, it will rust and probably, lose its strength or something. But if it is not rusted, if it has been taken care of, there is no issue with steel at all. It will not lose its tensile properties or load-bearing capacities. It will not lose its, however old it may.
So, like, how do you classify that this might work for your structure, or maybe it is like, let's say, corroded at some point?
There are advanced methods to do that. Just like you do a sonography when a woman is pregnant, you do sonography of steel and concrete. There are many other methods. There are, surveys, LIDAR surveys, drone. So many 5 or 6 types of surveys which can do find out the strength of the steel. Yes, the easiest is even buildings are tested. Non-intrusive testing is called. The entire building sonography can be done of the entire column and the entire building and find out what is the reinforcement. Non-destructive test, NDT. So non-invasive, non-destructive test. So steel sonography के लिए आपको समझ आता है and it's not a problem at all.
So the other question was for Janjit sir, that in your Chennai airport project, so you did an innovation of bending that large pipe, the hollow pipe structure. So at what limit did you know that iske baad agar kara to it will break down or it will not be usable at all for you?
वैसे है कि जो आर्किटेक्ट है ना, neither he is not a like jack of all arts and master of none. We are not jack. We know, but we cannot become master. So your question is very engineerically important, which as an architect perhaps I may not be able to answer. But I only can say this, that your interface with your structural engineer can give you a way. And both of us, when sit together, then we can develop that and see that what are, exclusively the test is engineering test. As even destructive test, as an architect, I will only recommend to do this or do this, or from a structure consultant, I will ask him, and then he will guide me. But as an architect, I must know the basic, that what are the various elements which will help me in making this bend which is comfortable and safe. That is what is required, and that is being taught to you. That is what is shear, what is bond, and what is the stress level, and which we forget when we are being taught structure in the class, and we do not see what is L/12 and what is L/4 and how the stress and how the curve work. So once you know the curve working, you will understand this. It's the basic knowledge which being conducted in all the schools of architecture as structure analysis and structure this thing. If you take it seriously and logically, you will get the answer. That is what I think.
This is a technical answer. I mean, every material has elasticity, bending moment, every material has. So it has the standard figures, and softwares will tell you that, and all the calculations will tell you that. But अपना गवार वाला जो मेथड रहता है ना, वैसा ही अभी देखो कोड स्ट्रेट है. आपने जो बेंड शुरू किया ना, इसका तो इसमें सलवटें आ गई. The moment पाइप में सलवटें आएंगी, it will break, it will fail. So when you do a sampling of your bending or sampling of your angle, repose, whatever you do at that time, अगर इसमें थोड़ा सा fissures आने शुरू हो गए, इसका मतलब now it will give way. So that's a cover way of non-technical, non-educative way of finding out here from jobs.
Thank you, sir. Any others who wants to ask any question?
Good afternoon all. My name is Devanshi and I had a doubt regarding one of the demolitions that had happened in August 2020 in Noida, when 2 twin towers were demolished because of many building codes that were not followed. I just wanted to know what were your views on it, because we could have very well just dismantled it and probably used the materials somewhere else.
एक शैतान बच्चे को सजा देनी चाहिए, है ना? क्लास में सबसे शैतान बच्चे को सजा दो, उसको क्लास के बाहर निकालो, बाकी सब लाइन पे आ जाएंगे.
That happened there.
Absolutely, it was an illegal construction, but what if we could have just used that
they use. The windows and all that were removed and all that. But whatever they could salvage, they salvaged. But the pure concrete is unusable. Just a landfill.
Thank you.
One more question.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my question is for Charanjit Shah, sir. Sir, as we know, you have designed many airports and railway stations, and we have seen in your design that heavy glass is used in facade and skylights. So, what design strategies do you use to keep the building insulated?
देखो ग्लास में तो you know variety of glass, you know laminated glass. The only factor I think as an architect, passive is I should maximizing daylight, minimizing leakage into the building. How do you do that? I get shaded light. Whenever you put big glass, it should be shaded. Either it should be north light, north side, or it should be shaded south, protecting the harsh west sun. And if I do that, कोई भी शीशा लगा ले, धूप नहीं आ रही, हीट भी जाए, मत लगा शीशा. Because we do the criminality of architecture, cosmetism of architecture, and make a glass tower. And north, south, east, west, सब जगह शीशा लगा हुआ है. अब वेस्ट में तो धक्का मारता है ना, सूरज तेज, हार्श, है, वो तो पेनिट्रेट करता है. आप उसको कैसे रोकते? नहीं रुक सकता ना, जितना मर्जी जोर लगा ले, कुछ लगा लो नहीं रुकेगा. हाँ, ACC ब्लॉक लगाऊंगा वहाँ पे, इंसुलेटिंग कैविटी वॉल लगा दूंगा, तो सन रुक जाएगा. तो मैंने बिल्डिंग कितनी दिखाई तुम्हें? वहाँ पे शीशा नॉर्थ में है या शेडेड साउथ में है, वेस्ट में मैंने ब्लॉक किया हुआ है. अगर कैल्शियम प्रूफ लगाई है, वो भी इंसुलेटिंग है. So these are certain principles of passive ways of design, respecting the solar oscillation. That is the first thing which any design. The second is the wind. Both things if you take into consideration, तुम्हें तो चाहिए ही नहीं, तुम्हारा तो लीड सर्टिफिकेट बन गया. So passive ways से 80% of energy we can conserve. बाकी तो सर, बाकी तो ड्रामा है ना सर. है ना, लीड हो गया, ISPC हो गया, ग्रेया हो गया, ये हो गया, ये ले लो, प्लैटिनम है, ये ले लो, वो बिक रही है मार्केट में ना, ये दुकानदारी है. अब हमारी कोई बिल्डिंग कुछ भी देख लो, सारी सस्टेनेबल, हवा में देखो सस्टेनेबल, कहीं बैठ जाओ, जैसलमेर में चले जाओ, नैरो स्ट्रीट्स, म्यूचुअल शेडिंग, कट द सन. वो जो फॉस्टर ने भी बनाया अबू धाबी में, कौन सी सिटी? माजदार में ऐसे किया, बिल्डिंग ऐसी बनी हुई है और इधर से लाइट आ रही है, नीचे इतना बड़ा कोर्टयार्ड है, यू कैन सिट इन डे टाइम एट 2 o'clock. जैसलमेर में चले जाओ, जोधपुर में चले जाओ, ऐसे है, जयपुर में ऐसे चले जाओ, ये ऐसी गली है. तो आप जब मर्जी चले जाओ, ठंडी हवा, जाली इफेक्ट. This is what is required in architecture. सर ने तो आज मेरी आंखें खोल दिया. आपने आज साहब ने पुरानी दवाई दबा दी. स्टील कोई छोड़ी आपने नहीं. सेल पे लगी थी इनकी, मैंने सब डिजाइन भी देखा कि इतना फैंटास्टिकली यूज जाली से फसाद, जाली से थर्मल, you know, it's a logical material. अरे शीशा तो है ही बकवास, आप उसको कवर करते हो, है ना. So I think we need to layer the building, which needs to be understood. Layering and wrapping. पहले हम दुपट्टे से रैप करते थे अपनी बॉडी को कि गर्म हवा ना लगे ना. आजकल तो बिल्कुल ही, अब प्रैक्टिकली तो स्लीव है, 25 सेंटीमीटर का ब्लाउज है, स्किन बर्न होगी ना. That is not sustainable. और वो सर्दी में आदमी पहन के जाता है और घर आके कोई मेरी मतलब बीवी किसी की फिर सैरेडोन खाती है कि ठंड लगती है. That is possibility and that is immediate. इधर मिट्टी पेंट। तो मैंने कहा, और नीचे उसने बड़ी फैशनेबल चप्पल पहनी हुई थी, ड्रिलिंग में मैंने तो उस ग्लव्स पहने हुए थे। तो मैंने कहा पहले तू नीचे जुराबे डाल, फिर पहन ली, लेकिन आज का ठंड है। So similarly, building is my body. I need to protect the building. भाई चाहिए किसी सूरज से रुकना है, बारिश से रुकना है और हवा से रुकना है। 3 चीजों से मैंने अपनी बिल्डिंग को अगर रोक लिया तो सस्टेनेबल हो गया ना। वो चौथी तो नहीं चाहिए ना कोई। तो इसलिए ये मेरा क्वेश्चन है, इसके आंसर दे रहा हूँ, ये सोच के कर फिर कभी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आएगी। वो तो बाद में ना डॉक्टर के पास जाएंगे, यार मैं बीमार हूँ, बीमार होते क्यों हैं? First is passive ways. We design the building, solar, wind, natural resource management. मैं यहाँ की बड़ा खुश हुआ, आपने तो कमाल कर दिया यार, पानी इकट्ठा कर दिया, मिट्टी यहाँ से निकाल के पहाड़ बना दिया। You know, this is how intelligently you use the material. Black cotton को उठा के वहाँ डाला, यहाँ पे बिल्डिंग बन गई, और उधर जहाँ पे खाली जगह थी वो पानी इकट्ठा कर दिया। So this is the way we develop our own water. अब आपके वाटर से, इनके वाटर से, वाटर लेवल आपका कभी पानी चल रहा है ना नीचे का?
तो वाटर लेवल हमारी तो वाटर बॉडी में जब भी सूख जाता है हमारा जो हमारा वो है ट्यूबवेल वो सूख जाता है। जब तक वाटर बॉडी में पानी रहता है ट्यूबवेल चालू रहते हैं। दिस वी हैव एक्सपीरियंस। सो वी हैव 2 वाटर बॉडीज इन दिस कैंपस। पहले हम 3 लाख रुपए पर मंथ खर्च करते थे बाहर से पानी मंगाने के लिए। तो if you are able to conserve your ecosystem in such a way that, and you will see the campuses, most of the campuses wild, there are no artificial grass or something like that. So that has its own advantage. अच्छा, वो तुम्हारा जो क्वेश्चन था, there are many non-NDT जिसको बोलते हैं, non-destructive testing is one of them. But now the technology has advanced. तो और रिसर्च हमारे यहाँ इंडिया में उस लेवल पे उतनी नहीं है। अभी we are doing a research project जिसमें हम seismic testing कर रहे हैं, and 1:1 के रेशियो में वो बिल्डिंग बनाते हैं। Then we have somewhere अभी we have done it for Anganwadi. Somewhere we have 40 sensors all around the building. We put 40 sensors. We put actuator at the top of the building, which basically shakes the building. हम बिल्डिंग बनाने के बाद वो लैब है जयपुर में, earthquake testing lab. We shake the building and the sensor record the movement of all the. It is in structural steel. And once the entire building is done, we demolish the filler walls. That is the brick wall. And then we again do the portal testing through actuators. And in that we record how the structural steel is behaving. पहले तो हम फिलर वॉल्स का पूरा स्ट्रक्चर को फिलर वॉल्स का टेस्ट कर लेते हैं, उसका बाहर से वाइट कलर करते हैं, और जैसे जैसे क्रैक्स उस पे फिलर वॉल्स में डेवलप होते हैं, that is recorded. And once it is recorded, then through a kind of through sensors, and it goes into the database और वो एनालाइज करें। वो हो गया हमारा फिलर वॉल का एनालिसिस हो गया। उसके बाद हम फिलर वॉल्स को हटा देते हैं, एक्चुएटर्स लगा के फिर से टेस्ट करते हैं, and then we see how the portal is behaving after the first experiment. First experiment में भी portal का कुछ displacement होता है, वो displacement study होता है, उसका NDT होता है, and then we come to final result. So there are ways in which you can test and you can see whether that material is perfectly behaving or not. Any more questions? We will go to the because अब इन्होंने चाय के लिए बोल दिया, चाय ठंडी भी हो गई होगी, है ना? हम अब अपना वैलिडेटरी शुरू करते हैं। संदीप, एक कुर्सी है हमारे संदीप। So we start our valedictory. Participants, we will. I want the students from Manet, who the student representative, may come here, and student representative from SPA and Jharkhand Lake University. Because we will give you the certificate, we cannot distribute to everyone. So we will give the bundle to the representative, and then there will be a thanks giving Mahamara ritual for us. And then finally we'll do the thanks vote of thanks. So, Jharkhand School of Architecture, sir. Maulana Azad, National Institute of Technology. SPA, Gopal. Another SPA. This has been a long day, and I hope you people have enjoyed this, all the 4 talks. For me, I would like to thank vote of thanks will be given by HOD. So now we will start.
Before moving ahead, there is not a question but a curiosity from most of the students present here that since everyone belong here are from architecture fraternity, but we have studied a lot about steel structure today. So they have a curiosity that being an architecture student where we have a limited exposure to structural subject or we run away from structures, how and when you develop such deep understanding about steel structures and what should they do for that?
I think the best is this. Observant. तुम सारा कंप्यूटर में बैठे हो, खोलो, देखो, and you will learn. Go to the side. Metro बन रही है सब जगह. Go to the side, see the metro, see the construction. Open up your eyes. You are blind with eyes. When you open up, you ask the question, 3 whys. Why this, why this, why this? Then you will not say why. You will get the answer yourself. Self-education is the best education. तो अगर बुक आ जाएगा तो कितना पढ़ा लेंगे डॉक्टर साहब? मैं इनसे वही सीखता हूँ, लेकिन है कि थोड़ा ही होगा ना यार. लेकिन जितना आप अपने आप आंखें मन की तो खोलोगे ना तभी तो बात बनेगी. तो मन ही तो है ध्यान लगाओ और देखो और सब कुछ आ जाएगा. मुझे तो आर्किटेक्ट नहीं आता था यार, मैंने तो पहले चालू ही किया था, है आर्किटेक्ट से आर्किटेक्चर. तो यही तरीका है, अपना जितना देखोगे, जितना अपना सेल्फ एजुकेशन करोगे, क्यों सर?
I will supplement the answer. And thanks to Mr. Habib Khan, he gave the idea today. In fact, Institute for Steel Development and Growth has made teaching resource material for engineering students and engineering faculties. Basically, the attempt is, my colleague was mentioning, it is there in our website. The attempt is to put in one place all the designs, all the various aspects of steel-based construction in one place as a teaching material. Mr. Khan has suggested a similar kind of document can be tweaked for architecture students. So we have the basis, we have the expertise, we will take the help of one professor of SPA Bhopal and that will be a project and it can be worked out and we can have a document ready in 6 months time or 1 year time, where all this information relating to steel, basic information relating to steel, that will be available in one place. I think that will go in a long way to support the architecture students to know about steel in construction. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your ideas.
Thank you. It has been a long day and it's time to wrap up. So, as a token of love from SP Bhopal, I would hand over the mic to our souvenir.
As we transition towards dusk, I request our conveners and coordinators to please felicitate our distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjeev Singh, being the convener, to please felicitate Mr. P.K. Mishra. So I next request you to please present a token of appreciation to architect Charanjit Shah. Next, I would request Dr. Sandeep Sankar, our HOD, to present a memento to architect Nitin Kilawara.
This is also in steel.
Next, Sandeep sir, I request you to present memento to architect Habib Khan. Next, I would request our coordinator, architect Arvind Neal, to present a memento to architect Darius Joshi. I request coordinator, architect Bikram Kohli, to present a memento to architect Akshay Selukar.
Chapter representatives.
Next, I request our coordinator, architect Paritosh Kumar, to present memento to Mr. Shivaditya Chandra. Next, we are privileged enough that Charanjit sir has brought us interesting booklets for our institute, which he would like to present to our Dr. Sanjeev Singh.
There are 2 books that I'm giving you. This is steel book, and anybody who can ask for it can just give me a WhatsApp address, mobile number. Information. You can get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In today's session, in the entire day, we have learned a lot about steel. I'm sure that it has definitely sparked curiosity among our attendees. I would like to draw your attention on one of the very interesting points that, or a piece of advice that we can take from here is that, as Habib Khan sir has already mentioned that he's being the youngest present over here, but when we look at us, we have not even have matched the experience age of these esteemed dignitaries among the others guests here. But look at their energy, look at the zeal of learning, the hunger, and their experimental way towards new material. So I request all the participants, all the students here to be more innovative unlike what examples today we have set in young architects, that they are more like, even if they got one particular project from their relatives, they think they know everything about architecture. But look at them, even today they have this hunger and they still learn to, they strive for new achievements. And on that note, I will just quickly recite a few lines, as Charanjit sir has also asked us to infuse us with entrepreneurship and to create some new innovations. हालांकि यहाँ पर सभी महारथी उपस्थित हैं मेरे सामने, पर फिर भी मैं कोशिश करूँगी कुछ लाइनें कुछ साल पहले लिखी थी। ईश्वर की रचना का मानव उच्चतम श्रृंगार है, जग को बनाने वाले तेरा हम पर उपकार है। अब मानव का यह फर्ज है वह अच्छाई का निर्माण करे, जग की भलाई जिसमें हो वह ऐसा कोई काम करे। हर नए निर्माण में बेइंतहा मुश्किलें आती है, हर नए निर्माण में बेइंतहा मुश्किलें आती है। कदम लड़खड़ा जाते हैं, हर पल ठोकर लगती है। कदम लड़खड़ा जाते हैं, हर पल ठोकर लगती है। हर पल काम जिन्हें रहता है वे सनकी कहलाते हैं, पर इसी तरह के इंसान जब को कुछ तो देकर जाते हैं, कुछ तो देकर जाते हैं। On this inspiring note, I would request Dr. Sandeep sir to please officially close the ceremony and present the vote of thanks.
Structural steel for innovative pursuits in architecture. Amazing, mesmerizing, informative, thought-provoking, and an in-depth experience of innovative pursuits. Experience with the stalwarts of the field of architecture. I'm sure that students of SPA Bhopal, Manet, LNCT, VIT and Jagran Lake City University might have been benefited with it. तो इस बात पर चंद पंक्तियां मुझे भी याद आती हैं कि एक सोच हमें राह दिखा सकती है, एक सोच हमें राह दिखा सकती है, एक आदत हमें निखार सकती है, एक ख्वाब हमें उगता सूरज बना सकता है, एक मंजिल हमें जीना सिखा सकती है, एक उम्मीद हमें हिम्मत दे सकती है, एक उम्मीद हमें हिम्मत दे सकती है, एक जुनून हमें कामयाब बना सकता है, और ऐसे गुणवान व्यक्तित्वों का सानिध्य हमें इरादों में बलवान और हमें ज्ञानवान बना सकता है। तो ऐसे गुणीजनों का सादर नमन। और हम इसके भोपाल परिवार की ओर से आर्किटेक्ट श्री चरणजीत सिंह शाह साहब का, आर्किटेक्ट श्री नितिन केलावाला जी का, आर्किटेक्ट श्री हबीब खान साहब का और आर्किटेक्ट श्री दारिस चौकसी साहब का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करते हैं कि उन्होंने हमारा निमंत्रण स्वीकार किया और हमें अपने उद्बोधन, अपने असीम ज्ञान से हमारा और हमारे छात्रों का ज्ञानवर्धन किया। The SPA Bhopal family is thankful to Shri P.K. Mishra ji, Director General INSTAC, for their kind contribution and sponsorship for this program. Simultaneously, I thank Shri Shiladitya Chandari too for his presence and presentation. I wholeheartedly thanks IIA Bhopal Center for their kind support and sponsorship for the program. And I especially, I'd already taken the moment on behalf of Akshay Silukar. So we especially thank Architect Akshay Silukar, the IIA Center Chairman, who had sponsored and who had supported this organization of the program. We are thankful to our Director Sir, Professor Kailasha Rao Sir, for his continuous support and his kind permissions, approvals and sanctions for the whole program. And of course, we are thankful to the students and faculty of Manet Bhopal, LNCT Bhopal, VIT Bhopal, and Jagran Lake City University, who have accepted our invitation and became part of this program. धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव की इस कड़ी में उन सभी फैकल्टी मेंबर्स का धन्यवाद जिन्होंने जिनके प्रयासों से ये सेमिनार सफल हो पाया है, और साथ ही उन सभी छात्रों का भी धन्यवाद जिन्होंने इस आयोजन में समग्र रूप से इस पूरे आयोजन को सार्थक बनाया है। एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, thank you to each and everyone who have contributed for the success of this seminar. Thank you everyone. Thanks.
Now we can proceed for the tea that is being arranged in the corridors. How it may get
रिश्ता नहीं आश्रिता आश्रिता सॉरी
इतना हिलता क्यों है टाइट?
ये एक बार कर